right, here we go. Let's see. Sorry. There we go. All right, and the players disappeared. There they are. Beautiful faces. Bring them all back on. Welcome, everybody. Sorry, guys, for the late start tonight. Had a couple of things, coming up. It's become customary at this point, as usual. But I do want to go ahead and say thank you for coming and joining us for Rumors of the Dead. Rumors of the Dead is our LA-based Vampire the Masquerade V5 game. So every week we run a Vampire the Masquerade game that I've been homebrewing along with these fine individuals that are sitting next to me. It is set in, like I said, the city of Los Angeles as kind of a, I don't want to say it's like a post, setup to the LAbyNight streams, but like we do try to incorporate some of the lore from there, from the books, from other streams that we've seen. We kind of have amalgamated all together to
we
see
don't
what
focus
works
too
best.
heavily on them, though.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm saying. I don't really focus on it, but like, just, kind of generally, we do use a little bit of the concept from LAbyNight's thing just because after that event, there's been a time of peace for the last year, an amicable time where they didn't have a threat of Camarilla, but have began petty squabbling with themselves upon the streets of LA, and it's causing its own problems. But our lovely coterie here has banded together under the Baron of West LA. As it's broken into many different baronies. But within West LA, the Baron Izzy, or Isabella Noir, had elected them to be landlords for her, meaning that they get a small chunk of land that they can claim as their own, where their havens already were, at least most of them. They get to claim that little chunk of land as their own, but still, of course, pledge fealty and, work for the Baron directly. So if ever she needs anything, dealt with in that area, that these are the guys to do it. If there's ever a problem in that area, they're supposed to handle it, unless it gets too big and they have to call in the big guns. But it's a fun game that we've been running. I want to make sure that, the players are having fun, but mostly I want to make sure that you guys in the chat are enjoying it as well. So one of the biggest things I did was try to make it interactive. And the way that we made this game interactive, and the reason it has the title that it does, is we have a cool little rumor system set up with it. Rumors of the Dead. And those rumors are something that you guys yourself can add, and it's how we control the narrative. So not only have I been homebrewing this, but I've been doing it alongside all of you. So anytime that somebody wants to, they can add a rumor or piece of evidence to an existing rumor. Starting a new rumor would be there's a Tremere Elder that has taken up an issue with the Baron of West LA. That could be the rumor. The evidence would be I know someone that's in the Chantry who has seen some paperwork showing that they plan to attack the Baron of West LA. You know what I mean? Something like that. So the evidence is setting up a premise. The rumor is setting up a premise. The evidence is starting to add facts or details to it. And every time we reach a $100 goal for the stream, one of those rumors becomes true. Typically the one with the most evidence that supports it, meaning it was supported the most by the viewers themselves. So it's a cool upvoting system. And it's a way for you guys to completely control the narrative of our story. I think it's really fun. We homebrew and improvise around it, and you guys get to really direct how the story goes the way you want it to be. But if you've seen things like Kolok 1991, they used an incredibly similar system. I can't lie, I kind of copied from them. It was such a good idea that I had to try and spin it myself in my own way. But that's how we work our game. If you want to check any of that stuff out, it's at ko-fi.com/tabletop down. You'll find the store page there. There is a link in the chat right now. There you go. There's a link to it right there if you want to go check it out for yourselves. But let's not waste too much time. I want to jump into the game. Let's go ahead and do some introductions real quick. Jive Man, if you want to tell everybody who you are and who you're playing tonight.
Yes, sir, indeed. Hey, everybody, I'm Jive. Tonight I will be playing our pharmacist, our healer, and our resident drug dealer, Snowcone.
Pharmacist, healer, and resident drug dealer. Man, that's a good description. All right. Mr. Paul OK, or Goody Bones.
Hey there, folk. Paul, I play our Nosferatu Bart. He is a fixer by trade. He would be excited on meeting Jasper at some point, but otherwise.
That's true. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, like I also have recently decided that I think you're less of a fixer and more of a breaker. You know what I mean? He tends to break a couple
Ah,
of things, you know? Not everything,
we
but
seek balance, Kevin.
that's right. Balanced. All right. Well, Numerous, if you would like to tell everybody who you're playing.
I am Numerous is playing Numar S. Nice, a Sombra guy from Texas who's a little bit angsty right now and, just looting crematoriums, I guess.
Looting
It's kind of
crematorium.
what he did last game.
Hey, it
I
worked
mean, to
out
be
for you.
fair, your best friend abandoned you, so.
Yeah.
You,
What
you know,
kind of
you
shit is
gotta
that,
fill
right?
the space, you know?
Fill the void. He just has a collection of corpses that he talks to. Oh God, he's the Bates Motel. You know what I mean? Wasn't that the Norman Bates thing? Or maybe I'm getting them wrong.
Balance
Which one was the one
episode
where he
1.
talked to like his dead mother that he had? Like in a yeah, never mind. Either way, if somebody out there in chat can tell
Might
me
be
what
going
film
there.
I'm thinking of, where the guy killed his mom and like left her there and talked to her. That's kind of what I was imagining. But anyway, let's move on to Jackal and get off of that topic.
Addy there. I'm the Jackal. I'm playing Marina Woods, our little Toreador, who's trying to figure out how to survive still. Starting to do a decent job at it, but did get ripped apart pretty decently the other day. So
You're
Oh,
making
yeah.
your way, you know,
yeah,
making your way in the world today. Yeah,
Nice.
I think
Nice.
altogether, you guys have been doing pretty well at it. All right. Well, either way, let's go ahead and jump into our story. So where we left off, you guys had spent the last several sessions, pretty much since the beginning of the campaign. There was the seeming implication that somebody was possibly causing someone or some group of someone's or whatever the situation may be, has kind of been targeting either your coterie specifically or the Baron in West LA that's, you know, kind of leading you. But the problem that we've been seeing is that, man, sorry, I gotta take this earpiece out. I'm hearing you guys doing the song. All right, I gotta take it out. It was cracking me up. But either way, since the beginning of the campaign, they have been dealing with an issue. Someone has been messing with them and the Baron, things like that. And part of what they've been trying to do is uncover who this individual is, track them down, and stop them from doing so. Most recently, during our last session, though, however, they actually had a strange situation where Terra, a mortal but with the ability to use some sort of mild magics, maybe an unawakened mage possibly, was claimed that she saw someone outside the window of the penthouse, which is 10 stories above the street level, taking a look at the situation. As they ran to the window to see who they could see, they didn't see an individual outside the window, but they did see a box that was sat on their balcony, wrapped as if it was a Christmas present. Upon opening it, they found the hand, dried and shriveled, of Marina's sire, who she diablerized weeks ago, and had buried. So they seemingly are trying to dig up the skeletons, quite literally, from these characters' closets. Looking down on the street level, though, they were able to spot an individual that seem to match the description that they were given for this individual they've been tracking down. Essentially, the description they've been given is uptight white guy. He's always wearing
Teacher vibes.
yeah, teacher vibe. Something like, you know, an older science teacher maybe. A, you know, button-up shirt, slacks, dress shoes with a bow tie, not even a regular tie, but a bow tie, kind of going old school with it, and a shitty bowl haircut, as far as the way it was described to them. I guess it matches that teacher vibe. I think that's a good way of putting it. At least that's the description they were given by a couple of gang members that they had interacted with that had seemed to be affected or dominated by this person previously. But anyway, after giving a little bit of chase, they lost him in the crowd right outside the club where they live. Well, Marina lives directly across from and the Baron owns. And that's where we kind of picked up. I guess, well, you guys actually went into the club. right? Grabbed a snack,
Yeah,
things
we were-
like that, trying to prepare for whatever comes next. But this is where we're picking up from this evening. Sorry for the long recap, but I just wanted to make sure to touch base on everything. We got a lot of things culminating, I guess. But that's where we're going to start off tonight. So you guys are in the club. Did you bring Tara with you?
Yes. I think we
I didn't know
had
if
to,
you'd
right?
taken her or
Leave-
not.
Yeah,
I
we didn't
believe
leave her in the
so.
apartment by herself with what just happened.
She went shopping with Snowcone, right?
Yeah, she was stopping at Snowcone and they came to the club because we all went to go have a snack besides Snowcone and went shopping with her, and then
Correct. Yeah, you guys kind of.
everyone came to the club.
Yeah, it seemed like everybody went their own way to go get a snack or grab things that they thought they may need, but did meet back up towards the end of the episode at the club. So yeah, you guys would all be together. As soon as you make your way in the door, even though Tara's kind of had a rough night, as soon as you make your way in the door, she does take on a bit of a livelier persona. The party crowd works for her, you know what I mean, as someone who's, not only amongst the like new age hippie, healer with crystals and tarot type, individual, but she's also a bit of a party seeker, having traveled, seen the world, been to many festivals. She's definitely still among the hippie type. So to walk into this club and hear some thumping bass and a bunch of people doing drugs and having a good time, she immediately starts to kind of move with the music. You see her actually talk to a few individuals that seem to recognize her, either from around the neighborhood or from her TikTok, where she does crystal healing and tarot and a variety of other things, zodiac stuff, on her TikTok account. So there's a couple of people that say hi to her as you guys make your way in Snowcone. I believe you were the last to arrive with her in tow, as the rest of you are kind of milling your way around the club. Bart, did you make your way in as well?
Yeah, I think I've been in. Where
Okay. I
We're
will
we're
say
making
that
our
you're
way up to the Baron's office, right?
as you're making your way through the floor, there's definitely a handful of people that like try to dance with you actually. They see this individual come in, he's like allowed to wear a helmet for some reason. You know what I mean? It seems a little maybe out of place for the mortal club goers that wouldn't know any better, but they just see like this guy come in and your little costume, so they're like, hey, look at this dude.
Yeah.
Like, yeah, this must be a rave thing. Like, that's definitely
Yeah,
gonna
a
light,
little
that's gotta light
awkwardly
up, right?
Try,
Yeah, I think
Right, yeah. There's a
if I
little bit
wasn't
of
mistaken,
a rumba.
yeah, if I wasn't mistaken, was it the I think it was the last bit, was it, as we it was that we made their way in, and then we had the one, was it the Baron's friend, the one that was hanging around Bart,
yeah, we had
was there
confrontation.
bothering, yeah, was messing with Bart again.
Oh yeah, that's right. Yeah, because she tried to slap you on the ass on the way through.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Uh-huh.
that's true.
I tried, succeeded.
Yep,
Succeeded.
to
Yeah,
dodge.
you tried to dodge.
You tried.
You tried.
he
Uh-huh.
tried.
But yeah, she it seems very much in her nature to enjoy kind of teasing, and as soon as she saw any sort of shyness from you, she's like, oh, I'm gonna break this one. You know what I mean, and kind of set out to make your life a little bit more miserable, but in a playful way, right? But yeah, that's where we're picking up. So you guys have all finally convened and are heading up towards the Baron's office. You do see that Henry is close at hand, and as you make your way over towards the velvet rope, he would also make his way over to you and kind of make sure to usher you in and keep everyone else from crossing that threshold. Again, people are allowed upstairs, but the stairs are kind of divided. So there's a small staircase that leads up to the office on one side, and then a large set of like almost a spiral stair set that leads up on the other, where people can get to the second floor platform. So yeah, you guys are led through a private area where it's kind of only for you, right? But yeah, you make your way up to the office where you would actually see that the Baron is already sitting. In case if I'm misspeaking something from last week and had her on the floor, I apologize, but we'll just say that she is already kind of sitting at the desk. Looks like she has been kind of frantically going through her phone and making some calls, doing what she can, and setting a few things out. But one of the things that would catch you off guard, I believe, is that you see an individual sitting on the couch already alongside her. The couch where you guys usually would sit. You see this individual here. Let me go blow this up for you. Oh,
Fantastic.
I put this on the wrong layer. That's token. There we go. You're seeing an individual
Yep.
that looks similar to this, if you can. You guys see that? I moved you to the right page.
The hand creeps out.
Oh yeah,
Little
this
tip
is an
I
AI
shouldn't
generated image.
judge.
I don't know if it's
Uh-huh.
AI generated or if I just messed it up a little bit when I
It could just be a
fit
weird
it within
hand.
the
Like,
circle.
I think it's AI, but also weird hand.
Yeah, it
Yeah,
That
definitely
can
looks
just
a
be
little bit
character
like
feature.
that. Good, switch to a full screen, by the way. But you guys can maybe see him a little bit better there. There you go. You see this individual sitting on the couch already. He's leaned forward, looking stressed and frustrated as you guys approach. And as he takes a look at you, you take a look back at him. Izzy is the first to kind of step up and speak and say, well, I kind of hoped you guys would be here soon. I want you to meet someone. This is, well, this is Herschel. Is the name that you are given.
Well, it's a pleasure to meet you. Marina would sort of just politely stick her hand out.
Get this guy's last name because I definitely forgot it within like the last 5 seconds.
Nice.
How do you spell Herschel? Does anybody know? Is it H-E-R, H-U-R?
I did HRSHAL.
I put it in my
with an
notes.
EL at the end.
All right, I got it right here. West LA. I apologize. Samuel. It's the name that she gives you. Samuel Hirsch. So she would say, this is Mr. Hirsch or Samuel. Either way, Sam here. Mr. Hirsch. She almost kind of corrects herself. He believes that he might have some information that can help us. It's complicated. To save you the least of time, Mr. Hirsch here was the one in charge of this area before I was. Either way, he's brought some information that I think might be useful to the situation we're having. What do you guys figured out so far? Kind of leaves it to you to see if you have any additional information.
Besides the one little bit I told you, Marina would bring out the letter that was with the hand. It was like, there's another one that was left. If you want to take a quick read at it.
She would take it from you. Do you give her the hand and everything, or do you just leave?
The hand was, the Newmore had the hand last. I don't know where he put it.
He's chewing on
And
it
I
a
just
little
left
bit.
it on the counter. Yeah, it's a little soggy, but I just left it on the counter.
It's just sitting on the
I didn't take
coffee.
it with me.
It's sitting on the coffee table back at home. All right, in that case,
Unless you grabbed it on your way out.
I believe that the letter had read something to the effect of, not all your secrets remain in the shadows, something like that, kind of a looming threat that he was expose you for your
Yeah.
active diablerie or any of that stuff.
Then there was
So
an address that was like next to the warehouse.
correct. You would have received an address that is incredibly close to the warehouse that you guys had already been kind of informed about that may have some potential connection to this individual. The gangbangers that you had hired, I believe, kind of gave you this address, but weren't ever able to pinpoint the individual there, but just that it seemed to have some sort of affiliation to him. But yeah, as you hand over the letter and she takes a moment to read it, she does kind of cast an eye up at probably you, Marina, assuming you handed the letter to her, and looks back down at it, and then goes to hand it to you. Well, the threats are getting a little bit tedious at this point, aren't they? I believe that's part of the issue that we're having. Samuel, or she keeps correcting herself. You know what I mean? At a certain point, you see her say Sam or Samuel. and then kind of tries to correct herself, seemingly to show some sort of level of respect here. Mr. Hirsch, maybe you want to fill them in as to what you brought to us. And he would, excuse me, let me clear my throat. Yes, well, it is probably, depending on how much you know of me, it is probably not a well-kept secret that me and this individual do not often take the same side in things, but in this case I felt it only appropriate. As former Baron, I know there are tensions, but at the time that I had established my foothold, one of the individuals that I had asked me to help was a man by the name of Vincent. He was a good man, smart mind, good bloodline, strong heritage. I was able to trace him back for quite some time, and he advised me for many a years during said time in which I ran this portion of the city. Unfortunately, after Izzy's rise to the position, and you see him almost say so with the slightest hint of maybe irritation to the notion, but tries his best to hide it. Vincent took it rather personally that I had been dispatched from this position. He seemed to grow irritated, mad, angry, and over the last several years, I tried to remain friends and kin with him, but he has seemed to take quite the interest in Mrs. Isabella here. I believe that due to some recent conversations that I've had, he may be planning something. I went to speak with him early this evening and found his abode to be completely emptied out, void of any artifacts that show any resemblance. It looked as if someone had cleared the place out entirely. The only thing that I was able to find was a small notepad that he seemed to have seemingly misplaced. There was mention of the warehouse that you spoke. Assuming it is the same address, we can confer on that later, but said something to the effect of trying to kidnap the Baron, make them pay for the injustices that he feels Mrs. Isabella here have committed. I took it upon myself to make sure that no one saw me as a potential accomplice in this, no matter what he had done. And I came directly here as a sign of good faith to make sure that we're keeping an amicable relationship between the two of us. But I will say he is a formidable individual, and I am quite concerned if he feels that she has somehow slighted myself or him. He could be quite problematic. I felt it only right to step in and do what I could. So I rushed here. One of my men bring me, and here we are.
Can I try to incite that as he was doing all that?
Absolutely. Yeah, good.
Okay.
So what exactly is it that you're trying to get here, trying to understand?
Trying to see his demeanor, if he's actually like, if this is like more of the actual sort of truth he's letting on, or is there something a bit more? Because he was saying that there was a plan to kidnap the Baron. If he's friends with this person and is upset, this
I
could
guess.
be part of the plan to try to get her alone. I just see
Yeah.
like seeing if there's someone like like if there's any hint of lying or like keeping something.
Yeah. Gotcha. Yeah, go ahead and give me an insight roll. Wits insight.
And
I will say he probably also, I guess it probably would have said something more, just, finding scratches of notes. He would have found a note that it may not have even said necessarily the word kidnap, but more or less some sort of hostile action towards the Baron, whether it be to take her or to attack her directly. Something else you would have noticed is on the way through the club, there was heightened security. So it shows that the Baron has probably taken some weight into what's being said. With 5 successes, one of the first thing that stands out to you, as the formal names are being thrown back and forth at each other, and there's almost this amicability between the two of them, you can tell that it is absolutely fake on both sides. These two probably have a great distaste for each other. Um, especially kind of considering that, he's the former Baron, she was put in that position. I don't think you guys have ever found out like how she was placed in this or anything like that, but
Could I at
you
least go
can
for a role involving politics? To
sure, yeah, go ahead and give me a
see if I've
politics roll
heard
while
about
you're
it?
at it. Yeah, absolutely. You've been around for a little while. Anyone else that has a role in politics?
So is it in politics?
Yeah, int seems to be the more logical here.
Not exactly sure
Um,
if I can pull wits.
yeah, I was about to say, but anyone else that has a dot in politics could roll if they choose.
Oh,
Fact.
1 success. I mean, you
Mhm.
know that typically barons end up as barons either by killing the previous baron, or sometimes there are more democratic options, such as like almost an election of kindred. But one thing that is, I'd say with 1 success, one thing that is typically always the same is it really comes down to who can hold it. You know what I
Mhm.
mean? Whether they're supported by enough people, they're put in that position, or they take it by force, they still have to be someone that's capable of holding it, one way or the other. So with her, you're not sure if it's the people that stood behind her, or if she was simply powerful enough herself to establish the position. But it
I
would be
may look
one,
into it further later.
yeah, might be something you can look into later for sure. But yeah, you would definitely notice a bit of a distaste between the two of them. As far as to whether or not he is telling you the truth, everything that he seems to be saying seems to represent. You're not detecting any sort of misinformation. Everything seems to line up with what you've already found out yourself. You know what I mean? It seems to line up, but there's definitely an uncomfortability in the room, and you're not sure whether or not that's because you, it's not necessarily whether he's lying or leaving anything out. It could be that, or it could just be the general angst between the two of them, but there's definitely a bit of an uncomfortability. And you can almost tell that because of that uncomfortability, he is leaving certain things out, maybe. You know what I mean? As, like he's just like, oh yeah, I check in on them from time to time, but God knows they could run around every day together or whatever. And he doesn't want to give her any more information. It seems like he's only saying what is pertinent and what he wants to share. Everything else he's kind of keeping to himself. That would be pretty true.
so do you mind if I ask you a question, sir? And sort of looks over at him.
I suppose not.
Um,
I believe that in itself is a question.
well,
Never mind. Uh,
I'm just, I'm as I don't know if you can tell, but I'm rather new to a lot of this, and I'm sort of picking up on some things rather quickly. I mean, so I'm trying to. I, I'm just confused on, hmm, how do I say this? If he's out there helping you and trying to help you and was upset for what happened to you, then how is this in any of your benefit?
less to my benefit and more to my detriment. If he does something and then it gets back to anyone that it was done in my name, that puts me at the target of Mrs. Noir here, as well as any of those loyal to her. It's a matter of batting any loyalists that would be standing on her side that would see me as responsible if I didn't do something. Felt it only best to come and share what I could to ensure that my name was unsullied by the actions of this individual. Again, Vincent was a good man. I trusted him implicitly. And I know that he always, and obviously still does, have my best, wish the best for me. I could always trust him for that, but my concern is that his nature, of his blood, has pushed him a little too far. He's always been a little eccentric, but I'm concerned that he may have went a step beyond this time. Really, it's, if I'm being perfectly fair, I'm simply here to cover my own ass.
Hmm.
So what are we
And
supposed to do about it then?
well,
That would be up to you and your Baron here. I'm simply
well,
here to provide you the information that I definitely was able to see that something was going on here. Like I said, his apartment where he stayed often has been completely cleared out. He's made no mention to me where he was going or that he was traveling. Those of you, I understand, sweetheart, that you're new. But those of us that have been around for a few nights know that travel isn't exactly easy for any of us. If he plans on making such a move, it might be of significance, so only concerned as to what nefarious thing he has set up.
well, there's also if you two knew each other, would you have any idea on why he's so interested in us, like especially me, at this point?
That is a good question as to what involvement you may have gotten. He actually stops and kind of takes a look towards the Isabella or Izzy in the situation. Maybe you may be able to have more insight. The only thing I can assume is that just new faces, someone else that stands out. She
Well,
takes a long sigh. Isabella, go make a roll here. Yeah. As Izzy kind of sits for a moment and thinks the situation. You see a look of like frustration across her face as she's trying to piece it together. She is also most certainly eyeballing kind of Herschel, watching his every move and taking everything that he says as well. And to be honest, I have not the damnedest. I haven't the damnedest clue. Uh, why you? You're the new guys in town, unless maybe the only thing I can think of is if maybe somehow he had some interest in the territory where you're in charge of. I don't. I honestly,
well,
I have suspicions. I've met Vincent a handful of times. I've always known him to be a rather reasonable person, but in this case, I'm concerned. Snowcone, go right ahead.
Snuggle's gonna raise their hand to the Mr.
He
Herschel.
kind of just laughs again, almost a slight chuckle under the frustration, but throws a hand out as if to give you the floor.
Thank you, thank you. So, with everything we know right now about with Marina's now inheritance of fair share of territory and inheritance of quite a few things from previous owner, what is to say that there's not something hiding within what she's obtained that has garnered the attention of Mr. Vincent? Something that we don't yet know about.
That could be it. We haven't yet searched through what all is involved there too thoroughly. At the same time, attacking. Wait, what was in that safe?
I think it
That's
was
what they were after last night. Or
I think it was. I think you said it was like the deed to.
Yeah, there was
oh yeah, the
the
physical deeds.
yeah,
Yeah.
there was physical deeds to several properties, you know what I mean? So it seemed as if maybe they were just trying to alleviate some of the paper trail to make it easier on them if they wish to claim this for themselves. You know what I mean? Also, there was, a stack of cash in there and some, jewelry, things like that. Could have just been a simple, money thing, but it seemed more likely they might have been after those deeds to help strengthen their story that they have some sort of claim to it, whatever it may be, or at very least to make it harder for Marina to do so.
I forgot, what did we do with those again? Deeds?
Uh,
It's a good question.
we hid them, if not mistaken.
Okay.
Why now?
Wasn't one of them in the safe?
No, we took them out of the safe, and we hid them, if not mistaken.
Okay.
See, that's something I remember recommending. I just didn't know if we fully did it.
I thought we did.
Okay. I believe that it's probably most noticeable that if he's given you a location to travel to, I could almost assume it to be a trap. Some sort of way of luring you in and springing an ambush or something to that effect. I would encourage caution and discretion. Fortunately, I have no other idea as to where his whereabouts could be, but seems as if it may be the only lead we have at the moment. But I would advise caution. It does seem to be a bit of a setup. I've never known him to be a foolish man, though maybe in misreading the situation or misjudging him, if this is not the typical behavior I would have expected from him. Though he's not quite acting the man that I knew anyway. I would just simply throw it out there as a means of suggestion.
Also, one last question for you, as she sort of digs around in her pocket for a minute and pulls out a ring with the symbol on it from the notes has been given from at least the first one. Does this symbol on this ring mean anything to you?
So this would be the ring that had Antony Petrov's, that was on Antony's hand, that was
Yeah,
sent to
with
you?
yeah, it had the signal of the Watcher, is what you said would be. So
Yeah.
it'd be the same signal. Yeah.
Absolutely. He would take a look at it, and you see as he kind of like adjusts his tiny spectacles across his nose, and takes a close examination of it. Actually, I think he'd probably even go as far as to pull out like small monocle type magnifying lens that he uses. Very, very classic type of individual. You know what I mean? Anyone else nowadays would pull out their smartphone and zoom it. You know what I mean? This person's got a actual monocle for the purpose of magnification in his pocket. He's very traditional. As he takes a look at it, he says, "I believe it's been a few years, but I believe this to be the kind of calling card of a coterie, Camarilla sorts. I believe they went by the Watchers. It was a handful of individuals that worked together. They did help fund a large portion, from what I was told. It's the only reason, honestly, I remember the names at all. I never had too many direct interactions, but I was told or informed that during the last attempt that they had made upon the city, they were helping quite a bit financially to back the Camarilla, buying up real estate, properties, strongholds, weaponry, whatever they needed to help in their attempted acquisition of the city. For the most part, I believe they were a bunch of no-names, mostly businessmen that had done well during their either their mortal lives or since having been embraced. They've done well financially and used that money as their version of access to power. Haven't heard of them in some time. Is there recent interest of the Camarilla again? As he kind of takes a look towards Isabella, who more or less just says, no, I don't believe that they're encroaching, more or less just that one was found within the city. Nothing to be concerned about. And just kind of disregards it while looking at your coterie, you guys, kind of a little bit like, keep some stuff to yourself, you know what I mean?
Yeah, just seen it.
She just kind of gives a look like, don't say too much if you don't have to, you know what I mean, in front of this guy. You can tell there's still, like I said, that level of mistrust here, as far as this individual. But yeah, he would at least confer that it's a Camarilla coterie. Not like a big sect or an organization or anything like that, but more or less just a coterie. Known for possessing wealth and using it to gain their influence within the Camarilla.
All right, thank you. I think. Hey, Izzy, do you mind if I grab a couple more drinks? It didn't go too well last night. Sort of.
I understand the dire situation, etc., etc. Yeah. Give me a sec. And you actually see as she kind of like reaches over. Good. Actually, you know what? Give me a wits insight on this. What is your wits and insight, and we'll take half as a passive.
In total, it's 5.
5. All right. So on a passive, you got like a 2 or a 3. You see that she goes to reach under her desk, but corrects her movement. And as she kind of goes to reach under it, she then places her hand on top of the phone instead, kind of redirecting. She reaches over to the phone, presses a couple of buttons on the phone, and you would hear Henry reply back, "Yes, ma'am." To which she says, you know, "Send up a round of drinks. Bring the bottle." Yeah. Hey, whatever you need, hon. You know, and he hangs up. The line seems to just go dead, as far as that goes. But yeah, a few minutes later, Henry would arrive with several what look to be champagne bottles, but upon closer inspection, they are filled with what you need. And it's just more or less sat down at the table with several champagne glasses, and you guys can take your fill as far as that goes. So if anyone is hungry, feel free to do so.
I just did not go through.
I'm already full.
Oh.
Ish.
Oh, that was 2 fails,
Yeah.
but I'll be able to.
Yeah, I figured most of you guys were pretty full, but just if anybody does need it, she would bring enough blood from the stores to feed everyone here.
I was still rather hurt.
Is Samuel still there?
He is, yeah, he's still currently sitting on the couch. He looks like he's kind of settled back. You know, at this point, he's done what he came here to do, but seems to be waiting. You know what I mean? Kind of seeming, you know, to see how this plays out or what comes next. You know, what's expected of him next, maybe.
I'd like to ask him. So you know this Vincent guy, but you don't know where he is?
I know where his. I guess it doesn't matter at this point. He had a small haven up closer to Hollywood originally. I've been trying to reach him for several days now. I was unable to make contact, so I had some men investigate where he had gone and sent them to his haven to look for him, worried that maybe something had happened to him. When they reported back that it was seemingly abandoned, I looked for myself, and it does appear that that was true, but I didn't see any signs of struggle or foul play, simply just that things had been removed. So I would make the assumption that whatever he's considering, he is changing locations directly thus after.
There's no real help there. Do you know how to? If you don't know where he's at, you at least know how we could kill him.
Well, I would hope that wouldn't be the case. Regardless, quite an old mate, but I mean, are you unaware of how our condition functions? Are you not educating your individuals, Isabella? He kind of throws a look, and she kind of almost takes a disdainful look, like, you motherfucker, fuck you. You know what I mean? I believe he was meaning, is there anything in particular about this individual that would help in the process? As she kind of sneers back a little bit. Well, albeit by me, I'm not a man of violence. I'll leave that to your discretion. Which she also takes with a, grain of salt. Yeah, by all means. Yeah.
I believe what the question in general is there anything that Mr. Vincent is particularly has a compulsion towards, like anything that would let's put it as like we could use as bait to lure him out? Anything in particular you can think of?
He didn't have many emotional attachments, if that's what you're asking. I can't think of any particular individuals or involvements. Those of his disposition do often sometimes have focal points or things of interest that deter them, but I believe, as far as I know, his only true friend in this world was me. I believe that's why he's taken it so severely. He spent so many years as my right-hand man, I don't know if he knows what to do with himself in my current position, but I can't think of anything right away. He will, not to betray the individual himself, but I do believe that if you know anything of the children of Malkav, they do tend to have certain derangements that could possibly be either detrimental or useful, depending on your interaction with them. Yeah, I believe that his madness might have finally taken hold. I will say that in the time that he served me, I always knew him as rather capable and understanding individual. Insightful would be a good word to use. Capable of seeing things in a different way, almost as if before they'd happened. But I've always taken value in strong bloodlines, and those that are part of that heritage have also been known as great advisors in the past. I never saw too much to be concerned about, so to speak. Nothing that would deter me from having him as my advisor. So I can't really think of any weaknesses or attachments that could be utilized or exploited other than maybe myself. But I have, of course, offered my services here and plan to, plan to maintain my stay here until this is hopefully resolved, or at very least, the matters are dealt with as best as possible. I want to make sure that I'm not making any further burden on this situation.
Very
I'm
well.
sorry. What service are you providing? You said you were just here to protect your image.
Well, I say, rather forward individual, I believe that I came here to inform the Baron here, Miss Baron, of this elaborate ruse or plot, whatever scheme is being hatched, in the hopes that I could prevent it from happening. I think that's a good service considering our previous conditions.
I mean, you're a man of status, though. Like even when politicians sit out of things, they at least give weapons and money to show which side they support.
Do you need money? Is that what you're asking me for?
I I just don't know, like, what how what your role is, like, if you're involved or not.
My
Like,
absence
you
from
sitting
this.
here,
Go ahead.
you're kind of just as useful for Vincent as you are for us right now.
Oh yeah, you could inform him of like what we're doing. So
Yes,
what's to
that's
prevent that?
perfect.
I assure you, I have no intentions of informing him. If I knew where he was, I would have contacted him already. Again, as I said, I
Well,
could not contact him, but if it makes you feel any more comfortable, I do not have any cellular devices. I still haven't quite figured them out. They're a bit complicated if you ask me. But I was checked thoroughly on my way in the door. I don't
You
have
don't have to
any
have a phone to be a snitch.
wires, if that's what you're meaning. Fair enough. Well, I understand the mistrust here, and I could assume that I'm probably not well liked around the lot of those that. Well, never mind. But either way, I came here to do what I've set to do, and the best that I can offer. Your Baron should be capable of protecting that from happening, correct? And she kind of throws a
Well, I
look
guess
in her direction. There's definitely a look of sneers and kind of disdain again, but
I think it's our Baron that's the one that has to like you.
I seriously doubt she has much admiration for me. But mutually beneficial is still mutually beneficial. Sometimes these situations breed strange bedfellows.
Mr. Herschel, can I ask you one more question from my side?
Correctly. You said outside?
Oh no, from my side.
Oh, okay. But by all means. I'm sorry, young man.
No.
Is there something wrong with your follicle? Are you follically challenged? What is going on top of your head? Is that a hat
Oh,
of some sort?
oh no, like they pull out their hair, like this was an accident. I'm a scientist, so
They will
accidents do
never
happen.
understand this damn generation.
Marina's
Either
standing
way,
there,
please
like,
continue.
light purple hair, just.
Yeah, right.
What the kids are into.
Yeah. He definitely looks at it like a bit frustrated, like damned kids. You know what I mean? But either way, I can please go ahead. I digress.
Yeah. So, Mr. Herschel, I believe as a businessman, you do carry business cards with you at all times, correct?
You have a card, if that's what you're asking.
Then I believe I may have a solution for our predicament. If we can get in touch with Mr. Vincent, as in we find him, track him down, and meet him face to face, I believe we could arrange a phone call between you and Mr. Vincent. And from there, we could either de escalate the situation by involving you and allowing you to carry the conversation, or we could use your voice as you've said before, they are a Malcav, to bring them into more distress, into making it easier for their capture. And I'm making myself clear here.
I do understand what it is that you're getting at, and I would be, of course, willing to participate if it helps in preventing any casualties or whatever concerns you therefore have. Again, this is why I've offered my presence, as it were, to your Baron to ensure that I'm not a problem in this, but I will also offer whatever aid seems logical. If you would like, I could try to talk him down, so to speak, if you were able to reach him. But that's unfortunately the problem. I have sent men to try and track him down, but I have been unable to do so as of this moment. Whatever makes you feel most comfortable, you want to keep me here, know that I do so willingly submit myself as your prisoner until this matter is resolved, so to speak. And keep a watchful eye on me, and I'll offer my assistance. But I mostly just want to assure that this doesn't drag me through any problems that I don't need at the moment.
Oh,
Gonna sort of
of course. We would wish no harm to come to you or any problems for you, Mr. Herschel.
Saw just the slyest little smile roll across Isabella's face when he used the word prisoner. You know what I mean? Or hostage, whatever, the applicable term would be here. But yeah, she saw just the tiniest little bit of a smile, like, fuck, I wish I could just bury you under the world and forget you ever existed. You know what I mean?
Actually, I might have an idea or two, but I think I'd rather speak to the my friends and Izzy about that without you in the room, just in case. No offense. It's
Is
just
understandable. I I know the politics and the beast that we carry. We can't be too careful around each other. Ah, is there a place that you would feel most comfortable for me, Miss Noir? As he kind of looks to Izzy, she says, I do believe it best to keep things amicable. Mr. Hirsch, you kind of see her lean back and think. I will not keep you as my prisoner, but I would like to keep you here. We could use that phone call if they're able to make contact. Tell you what, we have some rooms downstairs. How would you like if I were to set you up a small room? It won't be fancy, but you can stay there in the meantime. I'll have a couple of men keep an eye on you to make sure that you're safe. If you want anything provided as far as food, simply ask them. Again, this is a no-kill club. We try not to take out bodies, but if you need any refreshments, it will be provided. As he kind of leans forward and, like, he'd already poured himself a glass when you guys did. Quite right, this is sufficient. I see those terms as suitable. Where are these quarters? And at that moment, as soon as he says kind of like, where should I go? The door opens and Henry is already standing there as if waiting with two other individuals. Ah, yeah, buddy. Lunch is good. Come on down this way. I'll show you where to go. As Herschel takes a quick glance at Isabella, back towards Henry, back at Isabella. Right then, this is what you see as fit. He stands up, adjusts himself, you know what I mean? Kind of takes a long moment as he, polishes his glasses and things. And as he makes his way past your coterie, he would say it was my pleasure to have met each of you. I've only heard of your names in passing, those of you that I believe I've heard of. Either way, it was a pleasure to meet you. Good day. And kind of puts the glasses back on his face and hurriedly follows Henry, seemingly to be led to, the rooms downstairs where you guys know are either used as cells or feeding chambers. So that works.
Yeah,
And you are left with the
sure.
Baron alone.
so.
Unless you wanted to say something. Sorry, were you trying to say something there, Numerous?
No, I was just being like, yeah, okay, sure. Nice.
He
Nice to
actually
meet
probably would take a second just to kind of look at you and, yeah, yes, quite. And then just kind of walks away. Like, he just has no idea, like, how to deal with you. Like, you could tell that you got under his skin a little bit. You know what I mean?
So Bart,
Fucking.
do you
As soon as the door
do you-
closes,
Yeah.
you would also. Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off or anything, but as soon as
Yeah.
the door closes behind and you see that Isabella or Izzy Noir kind of takes a bit of a sigh or a breath that is unnecessary as an undead. But you see her kind of show a moment of relief that he's out of the fucking room, just like she no longer has to keep the facade going. And as she kind of slumps forward on the desk, you just hear her with a long sigh as she says, fucking bigot piece of shit. Be lucky if I don't bury him under this fucking place.
Do it.
Either
Now
way,
you're just stuck
what
with
would you like
us.
to
Okay.
what do you got for me?
Okay. She's like, you love us, but let's see. I have an idea. Bart, do you still have your one rifle you talked about?
I have a like longer distance rifle that I use.
Yeah. So how many do you think we have of something that would be able to use a long distance like that?
Maybe 3 around. Like I'm guess roughly 2.
I think Anton might have had one,
Maybe.
maybe?
Yeah, if you have 1 around, then maybe we can scrounge 2. If anything, hey Baron Izzy, do you have an armory? Or a friend
I
that has an armory?
may have access to some weapons. What are we needing?
What I'm
According to
thinking
Marina, a few long distance ones. Are we just
Yes.
planning on popping this dude with like 5?
what
I always wanted to
the-
do that.
what I was thinking was you guys set up, or who's ever good with shooting, that's not me, can set up with rifles. I can go to the meeting spot. If anything tries to happen, if he tries to shoot at me from a distance, I can I can might be able to get out of the way. I'm rather quick. If not, I still could take a hit and dash off somewhere else where he won't, like into cover, and
It's
that
still a
should
little
give
hard to
you
set up something like that. Like getting the proper angles,
yeah,
like
it
getting
could.
into position, but
Yeah,
we
that's
can
what I was saying.
try.
I was saying that if there's 3 people, they should cover a bit more ground. Could see maybe where the shot would come from and be able to take it out that way. Um, and Izzy, if you have any people to spare, they could go around into the whatchamacallit, place itself, the location we got originally.
To be honest, most
And
of my guys are working here tonight.
all
I
right,
think this place needs to be locked down quite as best as I can, but I got some guys I could call in.
all right.
Other landlords, people that owe favors, etc.
Yes, I was
You
thinking.
needed some militant individuals or military minded.
That would be really nice because if we can distract him out that way, and if he tries to run back into his how would you say it, his warehouse, and there's already people of us waiting.
My concern is that this is obviously a trap.
Yes,
Let's be fair. He's given you a location to go to. He has something in mind, whether it's to gloat or he thinks that he's untouchable. I don't fucking
Though
know.
I'm not sure
But
if he knows
unfortunately,
that
it's the
we
only
know
place
about
we have.
I don't know
Go
if he
ahead.
knows if we know about the warehouse. Like, they know that we know about that one address. Near the warehouse, we're not going there with probably anything other than just to camp outside it, right?
and I
Uh,
mean, yeah, and I could. I'm just saying, like, I could show myself. If he comes
uh-huh.
down to talk, I could possibly. I'm pretty persuasive. I could maybe talk to him about some
Uh-huh.
things, maybe.
Come with the card and essentially try luring him out for a chat. And then, like, from there,
He really is
And if
doing this to try and to protect Herschel. I think using Herschel as leverage might be a decent idea.
yeah, if it gets to that point, that's why I'm saying I need to speak to him first.
As much as I
That's
hate
why-
that asshole, it seems like he's at very least here to cover his own ass. Very astute observation there, Newmar. He kind of throws a little bit of a smile in your direction, you know what I mean?
I nod. Is it reasonable to assume then that if we see Vincent, we just kill him?
I
mean,
have
this
no
whole
problem
trying
with
to
it.
take him alive
Kill him,
seems to benefit
claim
him, but
him,
not us.
whatever. If you can impale him, you can stake him. Being able to question him would be useful, but do whatever
If-
must be done.
If we can
Leave
question
him
and
nailed to
figure
the
out-
sun. Leave him nailed out to the sun for all I care.
But yeah, if we can get him and question him and see if our friend is actually a part of it,
Your
then
friend?
this wasn't some or
Oh.
your friend. Yeah, your friend.
Oh,
She sort of smiles.
yeah, she does too.
If we can find out he's a part of it and this was just a ruse to make him not look guilty if it fails, that could also be a help.
I consider that as well. Yeah. Yeah. I'm cautious on this one. As far as the location goes, I could send a couple of guys. You said you wanted some guys with rifles. I know a couple of people I could call in some favors. Being Baron has its advantages. Everybody wants a boon from me. So if you want some people on rooftops while you kind of play the infiltrate team, I think that's something I could arrange.
If there's some people on the rooftops, I could stay out and try to lure them out if you guys want to try to sneak into the warehouse and figure things out there. If anything
I'd be
goes
down for
down, the
sneaking the
people,
warehouse, but
yeah, the people on the roof
I
can
think
cover
be
me.
the best utilization.
I mean, if talking doesn't work and we can't get him to either declare the involvement of sorry, what's his name, Samuel, um, why wouldn't we just off them both? If Vincent obviously gave trouble to Tara. He's a threat. Samuel's possibly involved, but either way, we don't like him. Like, why do we?
I don't think
What
we can
questions do we need answered?
I don't think we can go around killing him just because he might be involved. I think that might cause a little bit of a backlash among people that still might like him.
That's
He
clear, yeah.
burned himself in. We can make up whatever story.
Dangerous game there, dude.
Whatever. At least
I'm
let's
gonna
kill Vincent
leave-
anyway.
I'm gonna leave the most of this up to you. As far as that goes, I know that you're the ones that are having to put your necks out there. I mean, unfortunately, this is part of the job. If you want to claim a little piece of turf, you got to be a part of something bigger, and you guys have been a part of helping me keep what's mine. I'll give you all the aid that I can, but I trust your judgment to make your own decision as to how far you want to press this.
Trust me, I'm not complaining. My spleen might be from those claws that ripped into me, but I'm not complaining in general.
So speaking of those claws, did we yet awaken either of the two home invaders?
I mean, they were shipped here last night.
I was
Ah.
mainly asking, is he there?
Yeah, so has any information been extracted from them? Was that the question?
Yeah, essentially.
Fortunately, the one still hasn't woke up yet. As far as how bad he was injured, he seems to still be recovering. The wounds are closing, but he hasn't come back to consciousness yet. The other individual so far has been fairly tight-lipped, only saying that how would he phrase it? That there are these watchers, as he claims, will have what's theirs. He's remained fairly tight-lipped so far. We've started removing fingernails, teeth. We'll see how long it takes before he eventually talks, but this point. He's putting up a strong fight. If you would like to question him yourself, by all means, but I've had a couple of guys working him over since you brought him in. It's only been a couple of hours though, unfortunately.
I'm
This was
I'm
the
more
night
the
previous, right? Like I think you guys didn't even bring him
yeah.
in till the next day. So like today, you know what I mean?
No, it would have been
She's only had him for 12 hours, something like that, maybe
it
at
would
best.
yeah, it'd have been at the night before he went to bed. Henry came over and we assembled the coffee table again.
Oh, yep.
Right.
So how'd you like was the coffee table nice to bring in though? I think some of your people found it amusing.
Yeah, the coffee table. Yeah. Yeah, I'm still trying to figure out I don't even know which one of you thought of it.
Maria just raises her
Awkward
hand.
but efficient, I guess. Whatever works, honestly. Like that's half of our lives, right? It's just figuring out how to make things work, and gotta give you credit for that one.
Um, so the plan is, whatchamacallit, the people she brings in sort of cover me while I try to speak to him, the rest of you guys sneak into the warehouse and see what you guys can find there. And
So,
come around back
Snowcone, do
if
you
needed.
want to like also join Marina so that we have a little backup for her too, or is
Sure
that too
thing.
dangerous? Like, how do you feel about being on the social side compared to the sneak in side?
Mm,
I mean,
well, I am the most distracting person here, from experience. I mean that I have been known to be distracting. So
well,
I think being
that
with Marina would be best because then if anything were to happen, then I could provide a distraction and Marina could get away. So it's
I mean,
good for like tag team, I
Though
guess.
you're also a bit more vulnerable in the line of fire. We have to
yeah,
consider
I
that.
can. If I get shot at, I can get myself out of there really quick in an open. If it's in a wide open area, I still can get myself out there pretty quick. That's why I'm comfortable with doing it. If I wasn't as fast as I am, I wouldn't even suggest it.
Right.
If I
Plus,
walk
I
up there and
am
start getting
still
shot
working.
at,
Oh,
I'm
sorry,
not
go
great
ahead.
with guns. Is kind of my thing,
well, yeah, no, that's
or
why
or
Izzy's
really
bringing in
the marina stuff.
yeah, that's why Izzy's bringing in people with rifles, and you
Roughly
guys
three
will
marksmen.
yeah,
Like,
about
heck, I can even provide a gun to one of them if need be.
yeah,
But
and then I could also go in there and sort of say that I mean sort of talk to him, and if he asks why anyone's not there, I could say that you guys got tired dealing with my shit. That I brought the Watchers into your guys' lives, and you guys didn't want to fucking deal with it anymore.
yeah, do we want to lead with infiltrating the warehouse just to try scoping it out some, see if he's even there or like in the area?
I would say I would try to drag him out and to have a conversation with him outside, and then you guys will go in. It could go in after because if he's in there while you guys go in there to do it, I'm waiting, sitting out there waiting.
Yeah,
Then
but like,
you
how
guys
do we
want to bump
draw him
into him.
out if we don't know he's there?
I mean, he gave me the address.
Well, we're not going to the house address, right?
I'm going to the address he gave me on this letter next to the warehouse. Is where I'm going to be going.
So if you
Right.
just to help clarify there a little bit too, is the address that was on that was given was like super close to the warehouse, like could be
Yeah.
the parking lot of, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
So like it might be the same place. It just like you were given an address, and it's kind of a rundown section of town where there's a lot of like old warehouses, factories that still work or have been left. You know what I mean? Etc. So like the actual like area, it could be could both be the same place. Is what I'm kind of getting at.
Yeah.
You guys were given the you guys were given information about a warehouse and its rough whereabouts. This was an address to a location, you know what I mean?
Okay.
But doesn't say warehouse, it's just an address. But you were able to piece together it's probably the same place. Kind of deal, you know what I mean?
Cool.
Yeah, just to make sure it was clear. That might have been on me. Yeah, it's not
Yeah, like
necessarily two separate
it's
locations. I heard you say like house
there's like
and
right next to
warehouse,
each
but
other.
yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's pretty much yeah, it's same place or right next to each other, one of the two, yeah.
Okay then.
What do you guys think about
Well,
that? And if it does get too bad outside, you guys could probably make your way through the warehouse and come up behind them.
Sure hope so.
Well,
well, we don't know if our intelligence is that good. Um, it could still be a trap, like they said. But Terra's a target that we know we got to protect,
we can
and
leave
I
Terra
guess
here.
Izzy is too now. If they got, if they got Samuel in there, who knows what he can do?
Yeah, we could leave Terra here if needed.
Right, because leaving her at the apartment is still too dangerous because while we're out at the warehouse, they might send someone to ambush the apartment while we're out.
Speaking of Tara, did you
Right.
kind of just let her roam the club in the
Yeah,
meantime, or yeah, that's kind of what I assumed. I didn't know if she was just running around down the club, or if you brought her up with you, as far as that goes.
She's partying
but
on the dance floor, probably.
Yeah,
I think it's probably gonna be our best bet though. Is you guys go in around back of the warehouse, sneak in while I try to distract him, talk to him, possibly talk him out of this, or if not, and if he does get angry and start going for a fight, the rifleman can pop a few shots at him, and I can get myself some distance.
because he would, of course, throughout. As far as your friend goes, I've already got to keep an eye on one. This place is locked down as tight as it can be, I think. Um, I got all the staff that I had. I didn't want to bring in too many people and make it obvious. It's kind of a busy night down there, as usual. But either way, if you need, we can keep an eye on her as well. That's up to you.
Thank you. I very
Uh,
much appreciate it.
I mean, if you need your people watching you and Tara here, I mean, I don't want to take too many of your guys
Sure,
for us.
She already mentioned it was other people that she can call in favors with.
Okay.
That's
Yeah,
not
as,
here.
as far as what you saw when you came in, you did realize that there was a lot of bouncers tonight. You know what I mean? And actually, from your position up here, kind of in the what do you call that? The box, or whatever. Um, Looking down on the floor, you see a lot of individuals walking around, occasionally touching their ear, seeming to listen to something, communicating, whispering to what seems like nobody. So you kind of get the gist that they are, among her staff. You know what I mean? She's kind of called in all of her bouncers and security and everything to keep an eye on the place. But it's Saturday night, so there's also a crowd of people down there as well. You know what I mean? And to not kind of cause too much of a noticeable difference, she's just kind of working with the situation as it goes, and using that hopefully as some hopefully it'll offer her some cover that like there's 1,000 people there who's going to try anything stupid in front of 1,000 mortals, right? Kind
Yeah.
of concept. But there's definitely a lot of security, but not in such an overwhelming amount that it would be noticeable because again, there's a crowd of people. She doesn't want military guys standing around, you know what I mean, or anything like that. But she does say that she could probably quickly pull together a couple of people with some rifles to, keep an eye on a building if that's what you wanted to do. Um, but yeah, for the most part, you guys have this warehouse location. It's if he left you the address, it's probably a trap, but maybe there's a way to deal with that.
Hey, Kevin.
Yes, sir.
Can I use Google Maps to scout out an area that would good for our marks?
Absolutely can. Taking a look on Google Maps real quick and pulling up the address that you were given, you do see what looks to be a kind of, well, like that. As I said, the area itself has a large number of factories, old warehouses, probably like an old power station. As far as that goes, um, it used to even be like part adjacent to a rail yard. Um, like where coal trains and things like that were moved through. Maybe some passengers, but like mostly it was just a kind of depot where a lot of that was handled. The actual address that you were given is to a parking lot out front of a rather large warehouse. It's a big warehouse too. It's not just like one big building, but maybe several hallways, floors, even within this one rather large warehouse. So as far as the buildings surrounding it, there's a tire repair place, a couple of machine shops, a couple of abandoned places mixed in with the ones that are still active and functioning. But there's definitely a couple of rooftops that you think you could pinpoint. Go ahead and actually, you know what? Let's use this to pull a roll and see how tactically military sound you are.
Oh,
Um, we'll try and make it benefit you here, because like these guys are,
wits
you know,
technology.
the people she calls in are also going to have, a say in it as well, I guess, to some degree. But yeah, wits. Well, I was trying to see what else we got here. Streetwise, maybe leadership's a good role, but it's a bad role for you.
Yeah,
You know what I mean, as far as that goes.
I could see it
Stealth.
though. Yeah,
I could even see stealth in this one. You know what I mean?
sure. I want to be sneaky about it, so
Yeah,
I'll just take a.
either stealth or tech. I think works. Investigation. You know what I mean? This would be a great time for a leadership role, but I'll try and give you something that you're good at. You know what I mean? But yeah, just trying to find the most logical places. Yeah.
I think leadership
I'm
would be more like convincing them to use those spots.
Yeah, I'm actually even going to. I already kind of decided before you enrolled to give you a +2 on it too, just based on the fact that you're not in this room alone. You got these guys helping you. You got Izzy that could offer some opinions. Kind of as you all stand over this phone, looking down at the coffee table, making your battle plans. You do see a couple of buildings that would have strategic places to post up and keep an eye on doorways, entrances, and exits, specifically. You know what I mean? To where, as it seems, as far as the warehouse goes, there are 3 entrances/exits on the ground level. There's an upper floor, but it seems to mostly be like interior. There's not a lot. There's like a fire escape on the side, so I guess that would be 4 entryways. But it is where the fire escape is. There's a door there and a door directly below it, so you could kind of watch that whole side. And then the front and back have a doorway. So front, back, and the right side of the building each have a doorway on them, and you find enough locations to where you think you could put a person on all 4 cardinal directions around the building, and double down as far as that goes. Izzy's already been texting. You see her throwing her thumbs across gliding her hands across the phone. She has got those little. I would assume that she's got those little thumb tips on, because kindred fingers and smartphones, etc. You know what I mean? The little, whatever you call those, the little finger condom that you use for your phone. But anyway,
I'm guessing
she,
styluses are a big deal in kindred society.
well, like I was just thinking, yeah, it probably would be, right? You know what I mean? Like styluses and whatever the hell those gloves are. I can't remember, but the phone gloves. Because yeah, like dead things
Finger condoms
don't.
work.
Yeah, finger condoms. I forget what they're called, but essentially it just replicates the static. So like an animatronic could use a smartphone, or something. Like a robot could use a smartphone. Type of deal, because they don't have a temperature or static. But anyway, she does mention around the same time. She says, "I've got people that will meet you close by. There's a gas station couple of blocks away. I'll have them meet you there. They'll be ready with rifles to do what you need to do. I think we got enough men. We could get a couple of guys on each door, each side of the building as far as that goes. These guys all owe me one, so anything that you need of them, feel free to ask. They'll do it as long as it's, they've
Also,
already gotten the word from me. They know that I'm good for paying them back. You don't
also
have to worry about that.
just in case I am being watched, we were all being watched. When we leave here, I want to pretend that for us to have a big fight about some dumb shit. Not like, just like have a big fight somewhere a little bit further away from people, just like yell at each other, like a little, like an upset match, and sort of then go our separate ways. So it looks like I'm split off from you guys. just in case.
That sounds fun. Yeah.
Yeah, I'd love to hit somebody on my way out.
No. Like, or gonna be yelling at me, not just a random person on the street. You can hit
Uh-huh.
me if you want, but not too hard. Don't damage the face.
That's all right. We can stage it.
Okay. Well,
But yeah,
yeah.
it's up to
Chilled
you.
out
She
for a
says,
second.
well, you just say the word. I will make sure to have people in place. This way we can do this however you guys want to do it. Keep me informed. I mean, I could do whatever I can from here, but my main priority at this point is making sure that myself and that crowd of people downstairs not only stay safe, but also don't see anything they're not supposed to.
Exactly.
This is going to be a bit of work, but I can offer you whatever assistance I can from here. As far as your friend, I'll make sure she's looked after, taken care of. Do you want me to let her roam the floors, or do you want me to have her put in a room downstairs? Whatever you guys kind of want here. I assume since she's used to uh, having a certain level of control, that she's probably fairly used to being told what to do. As far as that goes, again, she still assumed her to be a ghoul, and she is now a ghoul. But it's just kind of taking the assumption that she used to be treated like a pet. Maybe a favorite pet, but a pet nonetheless. You know what I mean? It's kind of the way she's talking about it.
Honestly, I think
Might be better not to let her know.
Yeah, I think her. What was that word you used last time? I'm still new to all this. You
Dometer?
said dometer, right? Okay. Um, he usually, I think he's a little bit strange with this one though. It just sort of lets her do her thing most of the time, as long as it doesn't cause any issues, and she hasn't. So
Not all are as not all of us are assholes. I actually make sure to take quite good care of mine.
yeah,
So
seems like
just
seems like he has a fun time.
he's he's uh he's still quite willing to follow any order if I gave it, but yeah, I get what you mean. I was just simply meaning that she would probably be amicable if we asked her to stay low or something. You know,
Yeah,
I didn't mean anything by it, but otherwise, we could, keep her on the floor where I'd keep an eye on her here, or put her downstairs. It's up to you. If you
You
think
should give her
she's
free drugs. I'm guessing you would chill with
we
that.
could, I
well,
could.
I could actually do that if that's kind of her thing. I heard the rumors about Premiere and the whole dosing thing. Is that true? Never mind. Um, maybe I'll have more questions on that later, but let's deal with this problem for now.
I think she could probably be able to just wander the floor. We'll let her know we're heading out, and just to stay safe, stay in here. And if she needs anything, to reach out to the staff or you, if needed.
That's easily done. I can keep an eye on her to the best of my ability. Like I said, we got a lot of people in tonight. I don't know if you guys realize it, but the plain clothes downstairs are keeping an eye on things. And it's
Just
like I said, obviously looking down, you can see numerous guys that look like bouncers, but probably either some of them are either kindred or they're on the juice, so, of some kind. You know what I mean? Because they look rather formidable.
just don't. If things do break out here, just don't give her a gun. Whatever you do,
Yeah,
she's not
yeah,
a
no,
shot.
fair enough. I, I will make sure not to arm possible concern. Yeah, gotcha.
Numar's shoulder still. Actually, is your shoulder now okay? Looks over to him.
I mean, there's like a hole there still. It's mostly like filled in. It's more like a dent.
Okay. Yeah, she went to.
Right.
The man was flying outside of our window, and she went to shoot him and shot Numar in the shoulder on accident. So
Don't give her a gun. Yeah, that makes a lot more sense now. Okay. Well,
Let her
Maybe
use
give
her
her a
rocks,
spray.
though. She's good with those.
Yeah, pepper spray or a taser for her. Don't give her a gun.
or a rock.
As well. Is there anything else that you guys need? But here, I don't know if anyone has one of these, but I don't give this to you lightly, but in this case, I don't see any other reason. And she kind of reaches into a desk and she pulls out what seems to be a really well-made but old-looking steak. As far as that goes. It's not something I like to even be around, but like I said, it's up to you. You can bring him back. Might be worth questioning him, but regardless, if you can get this in, you can do whatever you want at that point.
True.
I
You
If
won't
I'm
be able
gonna
to fight back.
Yeah, if I'm gonna be one talking to him, it'd be the best for me to grab it. If you guys think.
I've got more if
Yeah,
you need
yeah.
them. I just...
Or like, I'll take one too, just in
Steal.
case.
I have my own thing I'm building. I'm trying to actually I believe Numar could help me build this. It's a thing to launch test like vials of poison I've made for vampires, but it's too much to explain right now, so I'll save you the
You see
details.
so many questions roll across Izzy's face, but she chooses to let it go.
Right.
More pressing issues at hand, but how do you poison a vampire? What are you talking about? Like, there's so many questions she
Yeah.
wants to ask in the moment, but decides that maybe later.
I do have a question. Which one of us knows about the flashlight that has been made?
Yeah. Have you actually
I-
mentioned that to anyone?
I forgot. Like, I didn't know if you.
I think
I
you
know
mentioned it
Bart.
at least at one point.
Yeah, I didn't know if you
Bart.
mentioned it to anyone besides Bart.
People don't go inside his haven and shit, so
Yep.
they haven't seen the Tinker Space as much.
Yeah, I don't
There
think
was
so.
like
I
that
think
one time where we were all in.
I think Bart's the only one that knows. That's been
Numar, I
mentioned
think.
to out loud. Well, yeah, I mean, obviously,
And it's
Numar, he made it.
incredibly
Numar,
scary.
yeah, Numar and Bart. Yeah.
Yeah.
Ah, we're
Okay.
not using that
Just
for
have
this
him
mission.
walk up. Just have him walk up in conversation. Just pull it out and flash him.
Right. I guess at this point you would see that as you guys are going over your battle strategy, Izzy pulls out a phone. She does make mention to Henry. You hear her kind of talking to him on the other end. She explains the description of the girl. Actually, she'd even probably do it. Does anyone have? I don't even think you'd need heightened senses. Maybe? I don't know. I'll just give it to you that you could overhear at least some of the other side of the phone conversation. You would hear Henry reply back, "Yeah, we're putting him in the room now." He asked for an extra bottle to be brought down, but otherwise he's cooperating. Okay, and then as she mentions, keep an eye on the reddish brunette, red hair to brunette haired woman that came in with you. As she's kind of describing her to him, he says, "Yeah, I saw him come. I saw her come in with him. I'll make sure she's taken care of. I will assure that she's protected." Anything else? Kind of one of those. And you do hear her say, "I guess give her some party favors and let her have a good night. Try to keep her unaware." And then she hangs up the phone. But yeah, a couple of minutes later, as you're making your battle strategy, you would see kind of as an individual walks up, or sorry, to make sure to keep this in order, Henry walks out. He speaks to a couple of individuals. He walks over to one person that looks like they're just part of the crowd, that is kind of wearing a big poofy vest. Even though it's warm LA night, he's got this big poofy vest that's orange, some kind of baggier pants, and a little bit of spiky hair. He talks to him for a minute, and then that individual walks over and starts making his acquaintance to her, to Tara. And a couple of minutes later, you see them step aside, take a booth along the outside, and it seems like they're doing something together. So you can presume that she has been well taken care of as far as that goes. But yeah, if you guys want to, we can actually, it's 10:15 right now. We can go ahead and take a 10-minute, and then this is the perfect time to come back and try to execute the plan that you guys make on the break.
Yay!
All right, cool,
Things
guys. We're
always
gonna
go
go ahead.
well.
Every time we make a plan, it always goes off smoothly without a hitch, perfectly as expected. But yeah, guys, we're gonna go ahead and take a 10-minute break. This will give us time to go ahead and grab a quick snack. Same for yourself. Grab something to snack on. Grab a drink to settle in with us for the last hour and a half of the stream. We'll probably go a couple of minutes over. I don't want to keep anybody up too late, but we'll go a few minutes over since we started late, maybe about 12:30 instead of 12. But while we're taking our break, great time for you guys to head over and check out the Ko-Fi shop, man. Like, it's a really, I'm just going to be straight up, it's a very, very cool way for you guys to control the story. If there's something that you think would be cool in our vampire game, just go add it as a rumor. If you like some of the rumors that are there, add it as a piece of evidence and further add. This is really the best way to give you guys narrative control. And my whole premise as the storyteller on this game is just to take all the stuff that you guys send me and make it work. But I actually love the idea that the game is primarily written by you guys in the chat. So feel free, check out the Ko-Fi shop. You can also buy these guys +1 dice rolls, which they're probably going to need for this. So you can give them a couple of +1s. They can add those to their dice pools, and they can add those as many times as they want. So if they have 10 extra dice that they can spend, they can put it all in one roll and blow it out and make a big damage roll if they want to, whichever. But anyway, go ahead and check out the Ko-Fi shop while we're gone. It does a lot to support the stream. I really appreciate it when you guys do that. Keep in mind also, if you have a current subscription, whether to our Ko-Fi shop or here on Twitch, it works the same way. You get the same benefits. You do get to add a free piece of evidence. So if you have a subscription and haven't sent me your evidence already, message me on Discord. Let me know what you want to add. Give me 1 second here to actually pull this up for you guys. Sorry, before we take our break, I know I'm taking an extra minute here. But I want to go ahead and give you the link to the current rumors and evidence that are out there. All right. There you go. There's a link to the current rumors and evidence that are already in the game. So go check those out while we're taking our break. Hit the Ko-Fi shop and support the channel. Help us keep this game going, because really we need the support of you guys, or else, it gets more expensive than I can afford. So please help keep the channel moving. You know what I mean? But all right, we're gonna go ahead and take a quick 10-minute break. We'll see you guys here about 10:30, and hopefully you guys enjoy the rest of the stream. We'll be right back. Hang tight. welcome back, boys and girls. Thank you guys for rejoining us. Let me go switch this back over. There we are, sir. All right, welcome back to Rumors of the Dead, our Vampire the Masquerade LA-based game, set in, of course, LA, and following this ragtag coterie of misfits, right? You know what I mean? Banded together to prevail over evils, etc., etc. I don't know. Yeah, I don't think that's really quite the case. But either way, welcome back, everyone. Thank you guys for joining us. Hopefully you got a chance to check out the rumors and evidence that are already currently out there. If you haven't already, there's a World Anvil link right there. By the way, that's kind of our Wikipedia page. I've been trying to keep it updated as best as I can, where if you have a question about a NPC or something, there's at least a general description. It's something that I will be working on over time to keep fleshing out and get more details for you. But either way, let's jump back into it. So the coterie had just heard, learning the name Samuel Hirsch, they met an individual that was allegedly the previous Baron of West LA, that had came here willingly giving the information of turning in what used to be his right-hand man, or whatever it maybe still was, however that goes, saying that he believes he's going to do something crazy he was offering his services or help, or at very least his absence from the situation, to cover his own ass from being blamed. But currently Samuel Hirsch, as well as the coterie here, were in a meeting with Baron Izzy where they were discussing how to make their plans of going after this Vincent character. And that's what we're going to pick up from now. So as you guys kind of wrap up, was there any last minute thoughts that you guys had before you leave the Barons or anything like that?
I was just thinking about it's like, since we're heading to the warehouse, like Snowcone definitely wants to have like that weapon to like shoot the darts that they've been thinking of, but since it's such short notice, I think they're gonna try like to craft something on the way to the warehouse.
Okay, gotcha. I'm kind of curious. Do you have any skills in craft?
I do indeed.
All right. I do believe that Baron Izzy, of course, would have offered you access to her kind of personal arsenal.
Ooh, okay.
Offering you some stuff, so that might help you out along that. If you have a dot in craft, I think what she would have done was had Henry kind of lead you down to, again, a kind of another small room that's down there in the basement. That probably looked no more than like a storage closet, something to that effect. And upon opening it, it looked like a storage closet. But as he had kind of reached up and grabbed a hold of what you thought might have just been a piece of string hanging from the ceiling, pulled down a small little container compartment that was kind of hidden up there. And as it pulls down, you see a small, like, board, more or less, with several guns and knives mounted to it that was kind of stashed up there and hidden in the ceiling. But as he pulls it down, you now kind of have this like 3-foot by 6-foot wall of guns and weapons that are all mounted up here, velcroed on. There's a handful of blades, such as just like small knives, pistols, a couple of larger rifles. There's like a shotgun, a long range rifle, handful of pistols, like almost like a MAC-10 type Uzi, that was there. But mixed in among them, there was 2 strange ones. One that you would see is a tranquilizer gun, just to save you some of the trouble there. You see what looks to be a bit of a trank gun or a flare gun as well, in case, maybe either to hurt somebody with or to, just use in case of emergency, whatever it may be.
Yeah. I think the flare
but
gun could come in use, but who should hold it? Because it's one quite dangerous to our kind.
there's not a ton of weapons down here, but it's kind of her personal selection of, like, if I need something real quick, I got a few weird things. But yeah, just for throwing it out there, the snow cone, taking a look at the actual tranquilizer gun. As far as that goes, it is single shot, but can be reloaded, of course. But just like it's mechanically it won't give you any disadvantage. But what you realize is it uses kind of a specific cartridge. The crafting roll that I'm going to have you make here in a second will be to modify your stuff into one of those cartridges. This way you don't have to craft a whole gun. We just have to see how well you can craft the ammunition to be efficient. You know what I mean? So to speak. But it will work within this gun, especially if you had more time. You could just start putting your serum into these darts instead of whatever you had them in. But we'll do a craft roll to see if you can transfer a few over. But yeah, other than that, there is a flare gun. If you guys want to argue over who, or well, not argue, but discuss who gets to have that. There's also, like I said, a couple of knives there, maybe like a katana, just to be a little weird, But otherwise, it's a lot of pistols or like one or two small SMGs, and probably a combat rifle as well.
I think I have an idea at some point, but I'll have to do that later. I don't think I'll have enough time to get that sorted before doing this. Because there is incendiary ammo.
Definitely a thing.
Yeah, what I
Oh,
notice
so-
ain't dragon breath rounds.
You know what? Give me a luck roll. We'll give you 20% chance.
Yeah,
Where's the-
I'll even
Yeah, I
make it a
was looking for-
25% chance.
I
You pick high or low.
was
Sorry, but low, I guess?
Oh.
Come on.
Oh wait, did you roll stealth and wits?
No, I
Oh
just
no, I
rolled
see
the
it. I
average.
see it now. Yeah, sure. I'm okay with it.
Yeah, I was
You find
was
4
gonna go
dragon's
for-
breath rounds. So, what does your
I'll take
shotgun
a couple.
do traditionally?
Buckshot? I would
Yeah, well, I
probably
meant like,
carry a
what's
couple
the
slugs
damage?
just in
What's the
case.
damage
Oh.
on it do?
+4.
Plus
But
4.
I don't think when it has dragon breath, as far as I recall, you don't get any modifiers or damage from the weapon. It just turns it into aggravated instead of superficial.
Right, that's what I was thinking as well. You know what I mean? That's because I knew it was like a +4 already. I didn't want to go over the top there.
So I think the way that I'll
yeah.
load it is actually having dragon breath round first within the like essentially the one that's in the chamber, then the rest filled with buckshot, having one dragon breath round on.
Yeah. I was just gonna look for more the 9mm,
Right.
sort of like the lighter ones.
Dragon's breath round. The powder pelletized zeronium magnesium shells turn any pump shotgun into a flamethrower. Dragon's breath shells has no damage bonus, +0, but turn the damage into aggravated versus vampires. And incidentally, set what they hit on fire, doing a point of aggravated damage per round until the to the target until put out. So keep that in mind. Factory shells, a total failure on the attack roll, jams the gun. They have an effective range of no more than 15 meters.
Cool.
I was looking for like the 9mm sort of thing, which is like incendiary, which is basically a light ignition, so it burns as it hits, but doesn't really catch much on fire.
Yeah,
There's like a slight
yeah.
tinge.
Yeah, I'm trying to remember. I don't think she would have any like incendiary rounds here, but yeah, I do know
Yeah.
what you're talking about. And I'm pretty sure they even
Yeah.
have them listed as far as oh yeah, incendiary weapon right here. It does have mention of it. So yeah, if that's something you want to try and pick up later, it's definitely something that can be found.
That's definitely a plan at some point. But that's what I say. Like
Yeah, right on.
well,
What do you guys want to do here as far as that goes?
we need to.
Can we go pick up the rest of my guns to
Oh, I also
supply me
saw
with
note
a
actually.
silenced weapon and someone else with a big pistol and or rifle?
You got as much time as you want to spend.
Yep, we need to go have our fight as well. So it looks like I, split off from you guys just in case we're
Oh,
being
yeah.
watched.
Ah,
Yeah. What should the fight be for?
I mean, you guys basically tell me you've had enough. Not like going into explanation of why, but if someone was watching, that would be, that would be sort of if they were watching, they would sort of understand in a sense. Like we've had enough of all this. You've brought in so much, sort of, done.
Yeah, like we don't want to see you back here anymore. That type
Yeah.
of deal.
It's this discussion,
okay.
so I'm letting you go ahead.
Oh yeah, no, we sort of went to the thing of like talking about how if we were being watched by the person, it might be good like for the scene, like they were tired of all the stuff I was doing and didn't want to be I brought the watchers in, I brought this situation to them and they didn't want to deal with it.
But also trying to make it so that it's not masquerade breach.
Yeah.
Cool.
Can we have like Henry just toss you out or something like that, and then us kind of shout from behind?
I mean, we definitely could do that.
However you want to do it.
Yeah, let's do that.
Is Henry an amateur actor? Put on a strong face.
I think Henry would definitely be an amateur actor.
I take weekends down at the Improv. No, I'm not an amateur actor, but I'm good at throwing people out on their head. That I can do. You want me to throw her out on her head?
Yes.
Gently.
She sort of smiles.
Before you get the rest of yes out, you're being hoofed out a door somewhere. Where did you want to go? You know what I mean? Because like he has no problem throwing somebody for fun.
Yeah, just out the front.
Out the front door? Okay. Yeah, is that what everyone wants to do, is just kind of move out the front and then have him thrown out, essentially, so to cause a bit of a dramatic scene?
Yep.
Okay.
Bart will shake his fist.
Yep, Marina, you get chucked out the door, as he does. He quite literally kind of fucking, like, actually, if you're going out the front door, I don't think he would actually throw you, you know what I mean, as much as just kind of manhandle you on the way out, for his own sake, so he isn't seen throwing a woman on her face outside the main club, you know what I mean? But he does kind of, he walks you with one arm behind your back and kind of pushing you the rest of the way, and just shoves you once he gets to the door. You know, and we'll leave the floor to the rest of you guys because he doesn't know what the rest of it is. He's just like, I was told to throw somebody out. Done. Whoof. You know what I mean?
After everything, she just looks back to you guys.
Stands with his arms crossed, blocking
We don't
the
want
door.
to see you back here anymore.
Right.
She just sort of.
Guys, come on, someone let's
Bard
get
kinda,
the talking and shit.
shoves her with one hand, like, you deserve this.
I was going to give you a roll, but I'm starting to wonder if I need to.
Yeah. If like I could say something like
Yes.
Please do.
Yeah. I said should I be loud, or should I make it look like
Just loud.
like okay.
Just keep in mind that you're standing in front of a club where there's a line of people.
Yeah.
So like,
You just
you
don't
know.
say anything. Being like, we
It's
don't want to deal with your stuff.
Yeah, it's like I think I'll to make it extra dramatic. I'll go for like I don't know what that move is, but like, you know, when you grab somebody by like the collar of their shirt and like hold them up, like Stoko tries to do that, and
Oh, hi there.
yeah, it's like, and he goes, listen, I don't care how popular you are. I don't care how pretty you are. I don't even give a damn how much influence you have. You're not coming around here again. And if I see your face again, it's not going to be a pretty one. Now get the fuck out of here. And then they just push him off.
Hey, yo,
Okay.
bro. The guy's beating up that girl over there. Hey,
You
hey,
want some of
buddy.
this?
Yeah, fuck yeah, I do.
What are you trying to do? What are you trying to do? What?
You see some college bro try to walk up, and he goes for the immediate line of, "Hey, miss, is this guy giving you trouble?" You know what I mean? Kind of deal to, you know, the pretty girl walking out of the club being harassed by a couple of guys. We'll step up and be like, yo, buddy, you need to step the fuck out, man. And he kind of looks at you, Snow, kind of like, walk the fuck off.
She just goes, "It's okay. I know where I'm not wanted," and just sort of walks.
Hey,
back
baby,
off.
baby girl, you are wanted
walks-
here. You want to come in with
just
me?
walks.
I'll get you in the door. Hey, come on. Oh, god damn it. See what the fuck you did, dickhead? And he actually shoves you, Snowcone. Fuck you, man.
In my part, you get no bitches, and then they just walk away.
Oh, man. Yeah, okay. Fair
I feel
enough.
so bad,
Where are you
I'm
guys walking
sorry.
to?
Great.
Back inside for like, so that
Yeah,
we
they-
can go
they
out
go
the
back-
side entrance or some
Okay.
shit.
Yeah,
Like,
back into the club.
I was just gonna say, because if not, he was probably gonna like have his buddy build him up and then chase after you for a second. But if you guys go back in the club, you actually hear Henry at the door just tell him like, "Look, man, piss off." You know what I mean? And he doesn't try anything with Henry. He's seen him throw out way too many people. He just got Henry just tells him, piss off, mind your own business. Doesn't matter to you. Etc. As the rest of you walk back into the club for a few moments before exiting, probably out the back. Things like that.
Maybe we just go hop into the car and drive around for a little bit, giving them time to set everything up.
Yeah, absolutely. Go ahead and give me a performance roll with +2 on it.
Oh,
you know,
well, only
it had some help.
Acting is also, what is it? Her proficiency and that sort of thing. So let's see. So that'd be manipulation and performance, right?
Yeah, I'd say so.
With so the +1 from the acting, and then the plus. Would you say a plus something with
+2 to the dice pool modifier.
+2? So that'd be a total +3 with the acting.
All right. You feel like it's sold pretty well. There's a couple of people that are in the line saying, "Oh man, what the fuck she do? She fucked up. I ain't never seen anybody get kicked out of this club." No, I definitely saw like 3 guys get thrown out one night, etc. But for the most part, it seems like it sold and caused a bit of a tension to where anyone that was paying attention probably would have noticed it. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
All right. But yeah, you guys can take all the time you want to grab whatever supplies you want. So just, consider that, as part of it. But assuming that there's no other like required RP there, you eventually can make it to the gas station with all the supplies that you want, where you're supposed to meet up with these other individuals, etc.
hell yeah.
As you
Oh, do you still
arrive,
need a
you definitely see several kindred. Or it seems to be kindred. Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off. But yeah, several individuals that appear to be kindred. A couple of them look very much like dead people walking. But as you approach, there is 2 trucks that are kind of lined up there, and as they open the back doors, you see them pulling out rather large caliber rifles. One guy, gets into the back and kind of pulls out a couple of either ARs or sniper rifles to kind of hold the fort with. And you see them readying up as you kind of approach, and just kind of, I'm not even going to waste time with RPing these guys. They're cannon fodder. But they will take direction from you and go wherever it is that you want them to go. So I think you said the original idea was just to have them circle the building, keep an eye on doors, or
They're Overwatch. Therefore, I point out the spots on the map that we decided pretty darn good.
yeah.
Forward them if they think that's pretty darn good.
Yep. I
Just
think
who
that,
to look up for. Give like a basic description of Marina.
gotcha. Yeah, I was about to say, shoot anyone that isn't us, right?
Yeah.
That sometimes could get messy. Let's,
If
if
someone
anything,
tries to
inform them
hurt-
on like
Teacher-
who the dude is that we're looking for mainly, and then like anyone that seems to be actively supporting him.
Gotcha.
The main
2 or 3 of the individuals actually recognize the name when you say Vincent, Herschel's right-hand man. Or Samuel Hirsch's right-hand man. So several of them remember him, like, yeah, I kind of remember that guy. Yeah. Hershey's. But yeah, they at least a couple of them recognize the individual enough to where they'd probably recognize him if they saw him. The others take teacher-looking motherfucker as a description and put it to use. But yeah, they take point on the roofs. You see them go and start stealthily getting themselves in place.
Fantastic.
So what is your plan
I guess
for... Oh, sorry,
now
Snoken, what was it you were going to say?
infiltration
I did
Oh,
cut him
I was
off a
gonna.
second ago.
Oh, I was gonna ask. Do you still want me to make that roll to?
Oh yeah, yeah. Let's go ahead and do that roll.
Crafting.
I think either way you can get one or two of these things, but I was just kind of curious how bad it was. You know what I mean? Whether they were really well done or really terrible. So yeah, I think this would be either intelligence or wits. You know, maybe.
Oh, I think I
Can
accidentally
Umar help
rolled
him?
that.
With craft. You know.
Oh
Craft
shoot! Yeah,
intelligence.
I misclicked. I misclicked before, and I accidentally rolled it. My bad. I can do it
Oh, I
again.
didn't even notice. Oh no, intelligence craft. That was you. 5 successes. That's a solid roll. I'll take that. Yeah, craft intelligence. That makes sense. Yeah. In that case, with 5 successes, I think you're pretty easily able to convert stuff over. You know what I mean? Because what you had originally was your more or less like EpiPen. These things are just darts with a injectable end, so it's pretty easy just to take the liquid out of one and put into the other. You might be mixing a small amount of some sort of a sedative in there, as you didn't get a chance to properly clean the darts of what they had in them. But yeah, you feel like this will work for what you wanted it to do. And, you know, just for future reference, we'll say that you have this gun that can do so. I mean, at least a handful of darts. These are replaceable darts, or you could buy new ones that to put in whatever you want. But they probably originally had some sort of like bear tranquilizer in them. You know what I mean? Something like that. Something to take down a lion or a bear, with a shot from a distance.
Yeah.
But yeah, you
Did we
load
ever
in
talk
your
about?
tainted blood.
Yeah, sorry about that. I was gonna ask. Did we ever figure out who wanted the flare gun? Because if not, I think Snowcone's just gonna hold on to that.
Yep. Anybody else?
I'm with Snow Clone holding it, yeah.
All right. So Snowcone will hold the tranquilizer gun and the flare gun.
Do you need anything,
All right.
Umar?
Um, I'll take a gun, like a regular one. Ideally, whatever you guys think is good. Like a shotgun.
If anything, can we get an assault rifle from like
You can
folks
pretty much
that are
have whatever
joining
you
us?
want at this point. I'm not really picky over
Yeah.
guns. It's pretty easy to obtain guns.
I had an AK at one point, but I threw it out of a car. I wouldn't mind another one of those if there's one of those here.
There was definitely a solid, you know, like AR-15 style weapon that was at Izzy's. So if you wanted that, you could easily grab it.
That's
Okay.
awesome.
I'll
I think
do that.
ARs are
Regular
what,
bullets.
+2s, +3, something like that.
+3, if not plus. If it's automatic,
Yeah, that's what,
even
that's
see
what I was
more.
thinking. I always
It's
forget
civilian.
exactly how guns work in this game, but
If
yeah,
it's
we'll say it's +3 for the time being.
Yeah.
I think
if it's civilian, it'd be semi-auto.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Either way, I think I mean, this is military grade. You know what I mean? So you could probably go from, 3-round burst to fully auto if you wanted something like that. Whatever it is. But yeah,
Either
you
way, we're
guys,
doing something that's kind of illegal. So
Yeah. yeah, for sure. Yeah, you guys are well loaded though. But now that you actually get to the warehouse, so just to throw it out there, it is a rather. Let me go ahead and also switch this over. Should have done this during the break. What you find is a rather large warehouse. Like I said, it is 2 stories, from floor to first ground floor and upper floor. Let's see here.
Ooh.
Okay, ground floor and upper floor. It is pretty dilapidated, altogether. Pretty trashed up. You see that the doors are rusted. The building has kind of holes rusted in the side of the old metal frame of the building, and the interior seems to have busted windows, etc. It's not like a nice warehouse that this person was using, but it is large. It's the size of probably like a small strip mall, but 2 stories tall. So it's kind of one of those things where there's going to be a lot of rooms or, different sections within inside might require some actual searching. This is something you guys would have probably known. I probably should have mentioned it earlier, but you would have seen this also kind of when you were looking on Google Maps. It's a sizable place. But yeah, now that you're looking here, you see that there's a door on the front side, the back side, and then one on the side entrance. Like I said, it's kind of got a fire escape there, and on each level of the fire escape, there's a door. You had sent individuals to watch at very least all 3 of those points, plus one person on the eastern side of the building where there isn't any doors, but just in case. But yeah, it's really a matter of how you want to move in, how you want to, sweep and clear this building as far as that
In
goes.
case someone wants to make a door on the east side.
Hmm. Yeah, absolutely. But yeah, it's entirely
Between
up to you.
the like side and back door, which look less likely to alert occupants.
Okay. Yeah. Which one looks least likely? Hmm. So I think the front door is obviously the one that would be the most exposed. And actually, now that you guys are pulling up to the actual location and right at the doors to this place, you see that the front door is where the parking lot is, kind of where the address was leading you to. On your GPS, there's a small parking, well, probably a sizable parking lot there, where you assume employees or something may have once previously parked. And there is a singular car. It looks something like a VW Golf, probably from the late 80s, early 90s. It's not a super nice car. It's been well taken care of for the most part, but is not a newer car. And it is sitting casually just right in front of that door on the front side. The back side of the building, however, has a small parking lot attached there, but you also see that there's been some debris and junk that's been left out there. It looks like maybe at one point someone had tried stripping out the interior and had taken, like, there's like a dumpster and some piles of metal and iron out back, so it's definitely a little bit more covered. Each of the sides might be a good point of ingress as well. Well, like the one side that has a door, the side where the fire escape is, it more or less is a C shape. So you have your front parking lot, the wraparound road, like just a driveway that runs up the side where the fire escape is, and then a smaller parking lot in the back. So the back lot offers you more cover. The side entrance only has that one small little road where you drive around the building to get there, so that might be an option as well. But I'd say probably your most stealthy option would be the rear entrance, but really up to you guys at this point.
If we got snipers on watching the front, it might make more sense that we start from the back and flush them out if anyone retreats.
I was about to say,
That seems
I'd
fine.
say- I'd
He
say
is
probably
obvious.
about this time or go ahead.
Oh, I was just gonna say the individual obviously didn't take the time to feel it necessary to stealth and has parked his car right in front of the door. Like, so,
I was saying that's probably by the time that's part all set up, that's probably when Marina would start pulling in, not giving them a little bit of a head start, but not waiting too long, just in case.
right?
Like if we park Snowcone's van just somewhere in the rear, go from there. I think that should be fine. Hey Snowcone, can you please keep an active eye out for folks that are invisible, like I can do, and what I'm about to do right now? As I step out the van, I try
Yeah.
transforming invisibly.
You turn away for a split second, and as you look back, Bart is gone.
Though, because I'm a level 1, I need to roll a rouse check.
Yes.
Bloop.
Yeah,
Huzzah!
nice. You don't get any hungrier. But yeah, as Bart kind of goes invisible, Snowcone, you of course know that you have the ability to detect individuals with that. But I think that requires a rouse check for you too if you use that one. I can't remember.
Nope.
Yeah,
It's
it's a
just
level
unseen
1.
presence, or
Yeah.
sense the unseen.
It's free.
Gotcha, yeah.
The
That's
cost
right,
is
it's
free.
level 1. Cool.
Yeah.
All right. Is everybody going to make their way in this back door? Try to stealth through the parking lot and make their way in, or?
Those three are. Marina's pulling in the front.
Okay, gotcha. So you're going to the front while the other three go to the back. All
Yeah,
right.
trying to lure them out and have a conversation.
Gotcha. Absolutely. Yeah, the other three of you make your way to the back using Marina's direct approach as a way to try and hopefully be unseen. When you make it out to the back lot, you don't see anyone. It seems rather abandoned. You can hear the sound of factory work being done in the neighborhood, you know what I mean? Several of the places within a couple of blocks are probably still running a third shift, you know, operating at night or whatever. But this specific area is kind of left excluded, or left abandoned, really. When you're out back, you even see like a couple of old railroad tracks and things like that that lead either, you know, left, right, or even down. Almost like there was originally probably a what do you call that? Like a subway, kind of set up to where these things could be tunneled underground or raised up and traveled throughout the city, etc. But yeah, it was probably at one point a turn station, like where they would load or turn or, you know, access some of these things. But you do feel like you're pretty well covered out back there. Marina, what is your... Actually, I tell you what, if all three of you want to go ahead and give me stealth rolls, dex stealth or wits stealth, I'll give you either one. Trying to be smart about which way to go, or just using your dexterity to make the best of it, whichever you prefer. And while you guys are
use
making...
my shadow cloak for that.
Yeah, I think it gives you what, +2?
Uh, yeah, let's say it gives me some sort of advantage specifically with stealth.
Yeah, that's all I remember. I couldn't remember exactly how it worked, but just that it helps with stealth. Wraps you in shadow.
Sure. They add 2 dice to stealth tests. And
Nice.
intimidation, but yeah.
A little intimidating when you can coalesce shadow to your being like armor. But yeah, that works.
Stealth and wits.
Yep.
I
All
was
That's-
forgetting something. Bear with me here for just 1 second, folks. If you see my players disappear, forgive me.
Holy shit!
Oh, jeez.
Oh, fuck me.
Did I
Pretty nasty.
know I had that many dice? Just +2.
Guys, I'm fucking up the cameras.
I will
There we go.
make a reroll with that because holy shit, that is so bad.
It went. Yeah, you had
Drastic
Numar,
difference.
which got a fucking 10 successes to 0.
I got the good RNG, and then I had to like roll all
You
the bad
stole-
ones on snow cone.
Yeah, you just stole all of it from Snowcone.
Oh. So I gotta do a hold on. Not relish
It's
check.
Where is
Willpower.
it? Willpower
Willpower
reroll.
reroll. Yeah. All right. How many can I reroll? I could reroll
to
all
3.
3.
Yes.
Okay. Please let it be better. If I roll the exact same, I'm gonna be pissed.
I'm gonna laugh my ass off. Oh no, never mind. That's the complete
Gosh.
opposite way around.
Okay. Okay. We're back in business.
Big difference.
All right. So looks like on the snow cone side, originally got a bestial failure, but turned that into 3 successes. Numerous got fucking 10 successes. Jesus, man. Bart,
Like
you
Batman.
actually turned
God.
invisible, and somehow you've lost more track of Numerous than they have of you. Like, that's crazy. He just fucking vanishes somehow. But let's see, and then
Bruce becomes
also...
Batman.
Yeah, right. It's I am Batman. You hear a wind sound, and he's gone. And then 3 successes for you as
Camera
well. So
cuts and he's
3,
just not there.
3, and 10. 3 was pretty sufficient as far as that goes. You were able to move quietly and stealthily without knocking over any of this loose debris, scrap iron, move past the old rail car that's been sat in this parking lot. You know what I mean? Things like that. But yeah,
Three
you're
feet
able to
ahead
move
of
through
you.
the parking lot pretty easily as far as that goes without making a sound. Numerous, you step into the fucking ether and just walk straight through, apparently. Actually, this is a great point, though. As far as Numerous, your character goes, I think this is maybe one of the first times that you've really had to use this to this degree and realize how good you are at it. Because as you start to absorb, like pulling in your shadow cloak, and the shadows from around you start to envelop you, you realize that in a darkened alley, you know what I mean? There's a lot of shadow to manipulate. I think even you don't feel heat and cold as a kindred, but if you were, I think you're maybe even with a role like that, bordering between stepping through the shadows. So there's a thing that you could get if you want to actually use shadows to teleport. I think this is almost like you getting a bit of that. You know what I mean? Before, without even consciously realizing you're capable, start moving through shadow with a quickness that was unexpected. Trying to give that roll some kudos, but it was supposed to just be a quick roll. Um, Either way, Marina, you go to the front door, and how do you handle that?
Just sort of step out and just start walking to the parking lot, like looking around, sort of like arms out, like I'm here.
Man, a guy role playing as a female character. I was really surprised it isn't just, hey, look at my tits. You know what I mean?
Nope.
Look, tits. That's,
That
I
only
mean,
happens sometimes.
hey, I like average person, that distraction's gonna work. You
Yep.
know what I mean? 9 out of 10 individuals falling for it. But yeah, no, either way, you pull
Hey,
up
that's
to the
only
front.
sometimes.
Yeah, you pull up to the front. Do you shout or anything like that? Kind of
Yeah, just goes like I'm here, like just sort of walks out, just like arms up,
right.
just like, what do you want?
Yeah. For the most part, it remains quiet. It doesn't seem like anyone initially heeds the call. You know what I mean? Doesn't answer or reply. It remains pretty silent.
Walks over to the car and just bangs on the side of it.
Taking a look inside of the car, it looks fairly clean. There is a hula girl that has been attached to the dash, you know what I mean, in very classic style. As far as that goes, you don't see much trash or anything. It seems fairly empty, except for a set of maybe uh, running shoes and like a pair of tennis shoes almost, and a t-shirt that are neatly folded and pristinely put, particularly in place, kind of on the back seat. You know what I mean? But otherwise, it looks pretty empty. But yeah, as you kind of bang on the window, it definitely echoes throughout this parking lot. Even though there's industries nearby, you're really in kind of a secluded area, and you could almost assume that this place was chosen specifically for that reason. Um, but the sound of you kind of tapping on the glass of the window echoes out through the area, but is still met with no response.
Would honestly, she should probably go back to the car, drive it up near the entrance, back to her own car, drive it near the entrance, and just honk at the door.
Right. So those of you from the back would, hear the sound of a motor moving around a little bit, followed by meh, 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 you know what I mean? As the horn starts going off. Um,
Are we yet in the building itself
what's that?
at the point of that
Yeah, you
event?
guys would have.
Like, are we inside?
That's up to you. So I was assuming that it probably only took them a moment or so, while you were stealthing
Yeah.
through the back, would be the moment that they were out front trying to cause that distraction for you. So I think this is right about the time you get to the back door, as far as that goes. So as you kind of get to the back door, you hear the sound of this horn beeping. Marina, so do you? Yeah, I guess a good question is, do you guys go in or not? And then Marina, you're still not met with a response, but you see that one of the factory windows on the upper level, a light comes on.
She peeks her head out. She gets out of the car and says, like, "Just come down here already."
Right? No response. You don't actually even see an individual, but I do think you might see, of course, since there is a light on in that room, I think you would see almost like a shadow kind of pass by on the wall, but
I'm here.
no reply given.
And she just yells up, "If you want to talk, I'm right here. I don't think me going into a dark sort of warehouse is the best for my health, but
Right.
like we can have a mutual conversation out here. I'm. It's just like look, like,
Right. I get you. It's still met with zero response.
Yep.
What about you guys in the back?
We go into the dark building
Already in.
that was previously mine.
We go into the death house, the obvious murder shed. You know what I mean?
Or like,
as
still is
far
the
as that
door
goes.
locked? I guess is the first question.
So, getting to the back door, there is kind of a cheap lock on the door. You guys can tell this place has been pretty disused as far as that goes, but so like even the door is half rusted at the bottom corner, where just years of water damage have kind of gotten to it. The door is locked on the backside, but
Okay.
it seems like a pretty shitty lock, to be honest. Like really, if you wanted to, you could probably pry from that rusty corner of the door and pull it open enough to get through if you really wanted to. But that's up to you guys if you wanted to do that.
Due to the door being rusty, I wouldn't mind looking for an alternate means in that isn't door-like.
There
Is there anything like that?
couple of windows on the back side as well. So there's those,
Yeah,
those
anything
big
safe-ish?
factory windows
Mhm.
that have like the steel crossbeam, the tic-tac-toe pattern on them. And there is several broken out windows in them. You could probably get through one of those windows pretty easily, honestly. There's one of those giant spools that wire like telephone line or not telephone line, but like electrical cable would come on the giant
Yeah, the thing
wooden
that's transformed
spools.
into shitty tables. Yeah.
Exactly, yeah, the thing used as tables at most trailer parks. Those things. I definitely had one of those as a table. Fuck you, man. You know what I mean? It's sad but true. Um, I stained mine. It
Gotta do
looked
what you gotta
nice.
do.
I thought it looked nice. But no, either way, you do see that like even one of those is kind of leaned against the wall right there, giving you something to climb up to get into. It didn't look like it was intentionally tried to, barricade you out, just that the door was locked, you know.
Oh,
But yeah, you could easily go through that window if you chose to.
I'll go back and try whispering to Snowcone, who's the only obvious person here. You want to go in through the window or through the rusty door?
I mean, if we don't want them to know we're here, let's go through the window.
Window it is. Try getting Newmar through.
Yeah.
I
we're doing
go
that,
in through first.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
guess
I
I'm
would
going
have
in second.
tried
sorry, go
going
ahead.
in as well. But yeah, I would have just tried to sneak in. I guess I probably would have taken a window.
Okay. Yeah, once at least one of you's in the window, the window is actually pretty close to the door. You could just move over and unlock it at that point, and it does just it's a simple lock on the inside. So between the window and door, you're easily able to get in. Once inside, though, you're kind of greeted with something similar to, I didn't find an exact image, of course. I think this is actually more like broken down alleyways, but something kind of like this. So you're seeing large open hallways, corridors, rooms that are, set aside. Like I said, this is almost like an old mall that's more or less been an abandoned, but it's built like a factory would be built. Partially brick on the outside, mostly metal, like just sheet metal that was strapped across this thing to construct it. And very much like you see, there is even a couple of rusted out holes in the ceiling, allowing some sun moonlight to travel through. Um, but yeah, you guys realize immediately there's a lot of places to cover in this place. It's going to be pretty scattered, but kind of the main hall area that you're immediately in seems to travel most of the way straight through. There's a bit of a blockage, but you could almost assume that if it wasn't for like a single wall, you could probably see your way all the way to the front door. As the main thoroughfare runs through the center, but with lots of side buildings, a second floor. There's multiple sets of stairs that lead up to that second floor. And the second floor, at least for half of this building, is a solid, oh, excuse me, a solid floor. Whereas part of it's also like a catwalk. It just depends on what area that you're in. You know what I mean? Like I said, very much like a mall would be laid out almost. Um, so yeah, there's just trash and debris everywhere. The real question is, kind of where to look now, right? You do see that another thing you would notice, I think, is that at several places throughout the building, small lamps have been set up. Like either what do you call those? Like a fluorescent lamp, like a spotlight, or what are they? Halogen lights might be set up. There's a couple of places where you see stringers of what's almost like Christmas light, but with the big bulbs on it, like old mines used to have. You know what I mean? To kind of wire through, and it looks like it's been chaotically kind of patched together, but just to offer some sort of a light source within the halls here. And then, I think in the back half where you're at, the ceiling is solid above you, but looking much further ahead, you see that moonlight's traveling in. So, at some point towards the front of the building, you assume there's either no upper floor or a catwalk. Otherwise, you wouldn't be able to see through. But yeah, kind of where you're at now, there is a roof 10 feet above you. Well, 6, 7 feet above you, etc. And you can move through the building however you want. Marina, how long do you stay before you make any final decisions there? Given
I
if
would.
even if you wait several minutes, there is no reply. It
I was
seems
gonna say.
pretty obvious this person is trying to intentionally lure you into this building.
Well, what she was gonna do, real quick, she look in the car in the call it glove box. Would there be any papers like of the like for the car itself, just like little any sort of papers in there?
Yeah, yeah, I think so. Taking a look in the cars, the door is left unlocked. You
No,
pop
no,
over.
there's I'm talking about the her own car, like just for like my car.
Okay.
Like, would there be anything in the glove box, like for like like if Anton left any papers in there or just
I,
anything?
I I think
Do
there
you
would
think?
be license and registration kind of set up.
Yeah,
You know what I mean, as
yeah,
far as
just like
that goes.
anything.
Yeah.
Yeah. So she grabs it out and she like sort of makes it look like it's like a little bit of papers. Like, honestly, I'm done with all this. If you want it, you can come out and get it. Like if like I'm done with all of this, and sort of sets it on top of the car and just
Okay. Uh, good. Give me manipulation, subterfuge, manipulation, something. What do you like?
okay. I'd say manipulation, subterfuge, or or performance, which would still go probably fall under acting, which would still give me the same roll.
Yeah.
This would be still social, right? Would the Let me see. Actually, would that fall under that?
Yes.
I forget if how that works. Okay. So subterfuge and that plus one, given that. Here's my manipulation. Bloop. This one. There you go.
Bad.
Okay. 5 successes. You know, if you really feel like you're selling it, as far as that
Yeah.
goes. Um, we'll come back to that. Give me a minute.
All right.
Snowcone, when you make your way into the building, what's your initial plan, in particular?
My initial plan is
You just went muted. Did that happen for anybody else?
sorry.
Oh,
Yeah.
there it is. Okay.
My
I was
initial
like, wait a
plan
minute. My initial plan
Uh-huh.
is nothing.
Yeah. So first thing to do, gonna use sense the unseen to make
Okay.
sure that there's nobody invisible hiding from us.
Mm-hmm.
All right. So let me
At
go
least
ahead and
no one
roll that.
that sucks at it.
Yep. All right. Roll that.
Ain't it kind of scary how there can be someone with like obfuscate 4 out there that's just chilling in various rooms at any time?
Right.
But just like in general, like in real life, there's just someone behind you.
In real life, yeah.
Real life.
Sure hope not.
It's like, what's that thing about spiders, that there's always a spider within 15 feet of you? The same goes for Nosferatu. At all times, there is a Nosferatu within 15 feet of you.
You just need to know it.
Yeah, you just
There.
don't know it.
Best knocker in the world, you don't know they're there.
All right, resolve, aspects, and potency. Success 2. Keeping an eye out. Let's see. So that says wits, aspects, or resolve aspects, which you rolled. Okay. Cool. All right.
So,
Versus the other person's kind of
uh,
active. What I was going to say is a
isn't
couple
your
of...
wits better?
Oh, I'm not sure.
Oh, my wits? Yeah, I got wits 3. Oh, I guess I should have. Yeah, I should.
Yeah, if you could just add one
Yeah,
more on
yeah.
there, that's
If you want to go ahead and roll an extra die, you're more
One
than
more?
welcome to do so, yeah. It gives you 1 extra, right?
Yeah.
Or no,
I'll
wait,
just,
2 extra,
roll-
right? Because you got two more wits than you have resolve. So you can roll 2 extra dice on that if you want to add 2 more. You could do
Alright, I'll just
willpower
roll
and
it.
then just roll 2. Like, that's an option for how to roll it. That's up to you. However you want to do it.
Oh, okay.
I was just trying to make it easier on you. Yeah, sometimes using the sheets to your advantage, but it could be a pain either way.
All right. I'll do like that willpower thing. Let me see. Willpower. This.
Yeah, just willpower, and then when asked how many dice, just select 2.
Submit. Yeah, I got 2.
Nice, 2 more successes, so up to 4 successes now. Oh, that rolled 3, didn't it? Either way, we'll work with it. But yeah, it's fine. Let's see. Either way, you're keeping yourself rather attuned to the the area in general, and as you do, I think a couple of things would stand out as you see that there are several lights everywhere. Looking ahead to that area where you can kind of see up towards the second floor, you see a bit of illumination coming down. Like I said, you see the kind of moonlight beaming in through one hole from the ceiling. You also see enough where your eyes are catching it just a hair better. You see a little bit of like an amber glow coming from a different direction, assuming that maybe there might be a light on in an upper room somewhere, since Marina, they turned on that one light. You're probably catching that as part of just, using your heightened senses to kind of gauge things. But looking around right off the bat, so which one did you use? You used Sense the Unseen, right?
Yes.
Yeah, okay. Sense the Unseen. You're not seeing anything that is obfuscated at this point. No, like, hidden individuals, no ghoul waiting in the shadows, or anything like that catches you yet. Trying to think of how this goes. Yeah, okay. But I will keep in mind that you have it active, and if anyone tries to obfuscatedly move past you, we'll get there. Are you guys kind of making your way in and through the building as you're doing this, or what? Just to kind of gauge an idea of how you're
well,
flanking out to inspect the area.
a thing that I wanted to do a little bit earlier but forgot about was that at the sound of the car honking, to text Marina, "You good?"
Oh, okay.
So
Yeah, and
somewhat
Marina,
quick response, I assume.
I was going to say about the time that you make the performance of slamming a piece of paper down and say, "I'm done with this shit, just take it already," you know what I mean? Kind of things like that. trying to coax the individual out. I think it would probably have a bit of the intended effect, to an extent. You would see as that shadow that had kind of moved across the wall resurfaces, but this time not as a shadow, but you actually see the figure themselves. And you would see this individual. Let me go ahead and cloud. Rather large token. Hold on a second. You don't need to see all that. Let me use this. There we go. You would see this individual. The hair isn't quite as bad as you were described, but as you take a look at the actual person standing there, he is wearing what seems to be a bit of a bow tie. He is a little bit more clean shaved. I just kind of had to use what images I had at my availability. You know what I mean? But yeah, you see kind of a neatly tied back hair, a bit of a deep looking pale blue eye that kind of looks hollow in its own sense. But he's wearing a button-up shirt. He has kind of a nice, not like super outdated, but still a bow tie instead of any of that, and a pair of dress slacks. That walks up, stands in front of the window with his arms more or less tied behind it, or not tied, but held behind his back in a very uptight sort of manner, and just comes and stands in front of the window, looking down at you, almost observing your mannerisms to see how you behave. Even as you put down the piece of paper, etc., say that I'm done with this sort of thing, he just stands there and watches you.
Her was looking back, it was like, actually, she looks up, was like, is this some sort of game? If you want the paperwork, if you want the buildings, just come down and take them. But at that time, as she's looking up at them, I would like to try to use whatchamacallit, heightened senses to sort of listen around me to make sure that if I hear anyone trying to walk up or something like that.
Yeah, definitely. Go ahead and give me whatever your heightened senses roll is, I guess. Do they have one listed? Usually they have.
Wits and awareness plus my aspect, so that'd be wits and awareness plus 1.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. 9 out of 5 successes.
Hey.
Don't forget the video. Very important message.
Hey, not a cop. Thank you very much, man. Appreciate that. Let's see.
Hey.
Don't forget the video. Very important message. I don't know what video you're talking about, but never mind. Okay, I get what you're saying. You probably sent a media share. I will get that at the end of the session, of course. Don't usually. I might have to. I might have to figure out some way to set that up. I don't usually do those during the D&D games, or the role-playing games, but we'll figure it out. I got you covered. Thank you, though. Appreciate that, man. Let's see here. Taking a look around, what'd you roll? 5 successes? I think with 5 successes, you don't hear anything that seems to be sounding like anyone approaching you. Even more interestingly, like really listening, you don't hear anything other than, kind of the gravel shifting under the footsteps of this person standing in a dirty room, right? You're not hearing any other people walking around, no whispers, no one hiding. It seems as if this individual is standing there by himself, at least in this room. I think, though, one of the things that would finally kind of break that, as you're really zoning in and listening and trying to make sure you're trying to identify every little detail. The thing that breaks it is the sound of a phone ringing. That begins while you're doing so. Snowcone, your phone goes off.
Okay.
Silenced?
Maybe if you guys would have done that, that's up to you. No one mentioned silencing phones, but yeah, I mean, Maybe it starts to buzz. You hear the sound of a buzz. I don't know. Because like heightened senses,
impressive.
even throughout this building, it would have been a pretty distant thing. But yeah, that's up to you.
Power of bad successes.
But yeah, out of the out of all of you, Snowcone, your phone begins to ring.
I pick up my phone and see if there's a caller ID on it.
Absolutely is. It's the Baron. But the second that you grab that phone, the rest of you guys watch as it looks like he gets hit by a Mack truck. As his eyes go white, as they roll back into his head, a small amount of blood starts to pour out of his nose, dripping, and you see him almost stagger to the ground. Snowcone, you get a premonition because this makes it easy for me. As the phone is ringing and you grab a hold of it, you're kind of hit with this flash of bright white light. If you've ever been hit across the head really hard, and you get that immediate kind of color spray of colors that, shock your system, that's what hits you. And you begin to have one of your visions that you've been known to have. In which case you see an image of Tara's face that stands out to you. She looks terrified and is screaming, begging, more or less pleading for help. And as it kind of, your image more or less focuses and moves away from the face to reveal more of her, you see that she is bound and tied to a post, almost like a telephone pole of some sort. There is a pile of wood burning at her feet, as if she was being burned at the stake like a witch would be done back in Salem, as far as that goes. And as your sight keeps pulling away, you see more and more flames, not just those at her feet, but rolling up around, encompassing your entire vision. There's kind of flashes of people's faces standing and gawking in awe, but they're all very stoically charged. You know what I mean? Like, even though they're not, it's almost like you were looking at a witch trial, but usually instead of "yay, burn the witch," it's just stoic looking faces. They're not responsive, very blank, almost as if there was a group of mannequins kind of witnessing this event. Another thing that you would see as your vision kind of shifts and passes is that you see what looks to be a tunnel with a brilliant light flashing in front of your face, almost as if you were standing in a train tunnel and you were about to get hit by the train itself. That kind of, that light just kind of seems to start as a pinprick, get brighter, glow, and then, like I said, about the time that you would be hit by this train of light, it kind of passes, and you are standing inside of what appears to be like a subway car, or maybe a railway, something to that effect, and you see that there are a crowd of your typical, what you would assume is LA individuals or New Yorkers or whatever, people in a subway that are reading papers, things like that. But mixed in amongst those individuals, you see a vision of someone that loosely matches the description that you were given for this teacher-looking motherfucker that is casually sitting on that train. He's right there in the midst of the other ones. Everyone else seems to be almost frozen in that moment, like you're looking at a still frame image. But he moves as his sight kind of pans up, and he looks at you and he mashes eyes with you for just a moment and says, "Huh, how interesting." And that's where your vision kind of snaps back to reality, and you're sidled alongside by Numerous and Bart that are probably holding you up from falling to the ground. But yeah, it's a lot of just like momentary flashes, and it's over before you know it. But those would be the things that you would see. Your phone is still ringing.
I think
I would answer
um,
it for him.
Yeah,
Okay.
like snow cone is just like they look like you said, they look like they just get hit with a Mack truck, and it also look like after they come out of the vision, it looks like they just took like they like like getting boxed by Mike Tyson, just taking hits to the face, and they're just standing on their feet but barely holding it together.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, these things take a bit out of you. They may not cause actual physical damage, but it definitely throws you off for a long couple of minutes. Bart, as you kind of snap out of it and are trying to identify what's going on, you see Bart as he grabs the phone from your hand, putting it to your ear and answering it. You would hear the sound of Baron Isabella on the other side, and the first thing that you would hear is, "That motherfucker! I'm gonna kill him!" As you answer the phone.
Hershey?
Son of a fucking bitch! I don't know what's going on. He's gone. Your friend is gone too.
Nah, shit.
We turned
They
her
got
back for 2
or
fucking
someone's got
seconds.
Tara.
I got 3 guys down here. He made his way out the back door. I don't know where he's at. I can only assume that that was the plan the entire fucking time. I want them dead. Whatever the price, whatever you need, make it happen.
I have a question. If I was able to hear the phone ringing, would I be able to hear any of that?
I think you were. I was assuming that if the phone actually rang, you'd barely be able to hear
Oh, okay.
that. You're kind of on the complete opposite side of a mall, even with
Well,
your
yeah, no, I was
super
just saying-
hearing. You would probably hear. I think as much as she's yelling, you might be able to. Like, this is one of the places where you might get a small bit of it, but not. Like, you could actually almost hear the sound of like a whisper a mile away.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? But probably not what's
Yeah.
actually being said. But yeah, you of
So
course
did she still
Bart
get my
hear it
good text?
well. You're
What?
all good? Yeah. Oh yeah. But this is definitely the same time your phone is going off too. Like, you probably had just sent that message, so you would have got that message like a minute before hearing this.
Taking her phone out, she sets it on top of the tosses it in the car, being able to trying to having it so it's faced up so you can see it, but not like she's actually trying to look at it, like actively looking at it. So
Right. Using that opportunity is kind of, you reach down and pull your phone out. Do you break eye contact with the individual in the window?
No, she just stares directly at him and tosses it into the car.
Okay. At the time that as you kind of do so and make this gesture, to do all this, he actually just turns, walks away casually, like not his problem. But just turns immediately about face and walks back towards the back of the room, out of sight.
I think with that, as he starts to turn, I think she would just be like, he's not coming down here. I'm not going to go in there with just walk in. So I want to see if you think I could do something, right?
It would definitely also be around the same time that you heard the other phone ringing,
Yeah.
so it's possible that he heard it too. You know what I mean, kind of deal. So like any of a bunch of situations, but yeah.
Yeah. So I'm looking at Blink, right? It says that whatchamacallit,
Move rapid speed.
Yep. Just in a straight line to one place, and it also says I have enough time to make an attack, right? Would I be able to do
Okay.
the attack before using it? Let me see real quick. I think because it says I have enough, still having enough time to perform an action, such as
Okay.
attack during the turn.
I guess the real question: what is it that you're trying to accomplish?
Aiming her pistol up directly at the window as he turns to walk away, shooting directly at him, and then using the shot that would go through the window hopefully and shatter the glass and hit him, to also blink up to him.
So, do you have any sort of
Damn.
right? I think as far as shooting him can be done.
Yeah.
The real question is, do you have any sort of abilities that can get you to that window? Because I can't ever
It's
remember
just-
what you have. It's because it's like 20
Blink.
feet off the ground. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
So
the
like it would be
yeah,
more
blink.
than a regular leap.
The vampire moves in a straight line toward a target, covering any distance under 50 meters, while still having enough time to perform an action.
Oh, okay. Yeah, in that case, definitely doable.
Yep, just reach up, aim directly at him, shoot him, and using like since they would compromise the glass to just just go straight through it to him.
Right. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, it's more of, is the blink ability you running, or is it you teleporting, essentially?
It
That
just
was the way yeah, I always thought it was running, but no, if it says in a straight line, it's probably meaning, more of a teleport.
Moving,
I
yeah, it's
don't
probably
know.
you're moving so fast, like I could probably launch myself. I just like move so quick it launches up straight in that straight line. What it
Yeah, I
seems
think with
like.
cool special vampire abilities, that makes sense,
Yeah.
It kind of gives you almost like a single-use soaring leap in a way. You know what I mean, if you want to, but yeah, that was originally my question too, is because if you had to run through the building, you have no idea your way around. That could be
Yeah.
hazardous in itself. We'll have to look into that on a later time, but I think for the time being, I'm okay with it.
Alright.
So yeah, as you point your gun, shoot, you see it hit this individual in the shoulder. You know what I mean?
Let me
Well,
do
go
the,
and make the roll to see
yeah.
how bad it is. Yeah, that's true. Because I'm sure you're
I
going
wanna
to
see some
hit, but the
damage.
question is how much damage. Yeah.
Yeah.
Headshot, headshot.
Is it
headshot.
dexterity or like composure for shooting? I always forget.
So in this case, it's going to be dex. If you
Okay,
were
dex.
doing a sniper shot, a
Yeah.
composure would make sense, where you're breathing, taking your time. But yeah, this is
Oh,
so
speaking
fast.
of, do the snipers, can they respond about in time?
They absolutely could, but their mission was told if they see anyone trying to leave. At this point, like
Well, no,
they
it
saw
was-
Marina standing there,
No,
and
it
then
was
them.
he said if that man had any hostile actions or if like we started hostile actions.
Right. That's what I was gonna say. Until Marina
Yeah.
does what she's gonna do, I think they would have held fire. Waiting to
Oh,
see how
totally.
it played out. But as
Yeah,
soon
this
as
wasn't
Marina
prepared.
fires, you're also gonna start hearing rounds coming off. You know what I mean?
Fuck you.
So yeah,
Still 4,
let's see. You
respectable.
rolled 4. 4 is definitely enough to hit him. You know what I mean? It's just this is the regular pistol, right?
Yep. No, we have plus 2 to the pistol. This is the one that I found in what's his face's.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah. So plus 2, cut in half because it's kindred or whatever superficial. So it'd be 3 points to superficial. I will keep that in mind. But yeah, you as he turns around, you're just like, fucking turn around on me, dickhead, and put a bullet in this guy's back. It hits him somewhere just to the right of the spine. You're a solid shot, you know what I mean? You've got a good aim.
Yeah.
And the fact that, you just barely miss spinal cord, you know what I mean? Makes sense as far as that goes. But you then blink to travel directly behind that bullet to end up in that window with him as well. This is where it gets a little complicated because a lot of things are happening at once. At least 3 other individuals are also going to fire at the place that you are now teleporting to instantaneously.
Well, she could be like off-centered, be off to the right.
Right, sorry, give me 2 seconds. For
Is it
some
running?
reason, my earpiece disconnected. Give me 2 seconds here. Right. Yeah, sorry, just give me 2 seconds. I'm just trying to get this earpiece to connect because my audio is coming through. It'll feed back. There we go.
Yeah.
All right. Somebody want to say something real quick?
Hello.
Yep. Okay.
Something real quick.
Hello.
Gotcha. Yeah, I don't know why it's been doing that. My I think it's got something to do with my USB hub, but it's been disconnecting like that for some reason. All right, but yeah, anyway, as you teleport up there into the room with them, that's all I'm saying. Like, it's just like, how
Yeah.
close behind do you want to be? Because there's a bunch of shots
was-
coming in. I think
I was
these are
just trying to get
kindred, so
to,
they're
like, the-
also going to have supernatural reflexes.
Yeah.
But yeah, there's all.
Yeah.
If you'd have
I was-
teleported right behind them, I think you'd have taken two of
Yeah,
the
no,
three. You know,
Yeah, no.
sniper
she
rounds.
would know about the snipers. She would know about the snipers. so she wouldn't-
Absolutely, yeah.
Yeah. So she would. Yeah, I was
Um,
trying to make her go further into the room, just like try to get in front of him before he would like. So I would get up there and he wouldn't just run out. Like just trying to
Right.
get up there and ahead.
Yeah, teleporting up there, you know what I mean? Using your hyper fast movement to end up directly behind him is definitely something that's possible. As far as the rest of you go, you would hear the shot ring out, breaking glass, and, you know, immediately followed by 3 more sniper rounds. And you're going to hear all this noise from the front of the building. Izzy is still screaming in your ear, Bart, so you can have any conversation that you want there as far as that goes. But yeah, she is pissed. You know, as far as this goes.
Are your problem? Someone stole Tara.
Right.
Or
It's some.
we lost Tara. Shit. I guess come.
Dude, I think you're cutting in and out a lot.
Yeah, it glitched a
Yeah.
little bit
Oh, shit.
there. Yeah, it was catching up at first, but then it got a little weird towards the end of what you're saying. Seems
Yeah.
okay at the moment.
Yeah, just I check
Oh.
in on Snowcone once I get the phone to Newmar, who maybe can calm down the Baron. Probably not, but pass the potato.
Gotcha.
Hot
So you,
potato, hot
you
potato.
hand the phone off to yeah, as you get the phone, Newmar, you are hearing Isabella making numerous threats to kill somebody. You know what I mean? Fucking, you
What's
also
going
hear her
on?
shouting orders.
I'll try. Yeah, I'll try stating that the Samuel also seems to have left mysteriously, so it's assumed to be connected. I still
Yeah.
let's wait. How quiet are we being? Like, how much is it coming
mean-
through?
I mean, the cell phone probably would have stood out. Even if it was on silent, you know what I mean. You guys would have heard a buzz. Anyone a room away probably wouldn't have. But either way, like other than the cell phone, like that would have been a sound. But as you answer the phone, you know you can kind of hear you're in an empty,
Yep, there's a bit of
abandoned
talk.
warehouse. So there's a little bit of a you know a sound of the phone echoing a little bit. But
It
as
still carries.
on the front side, though, the sound of shattering glass and then 2 hard landing
helps.
footsteps covers most any sound that you're going to make. I guess what I was going to say is before we get into what Marina's doing, what about the other ones of you guys? Are any of you guys going to try and move that direction or just hold your position?
I
or
would.
What?
With me throwing the phone to Newmar as me then running in the opposite direction.
Okay.
I
Does you
clarified, so
answering the
I would need
phone?
at least a little bit of follow up.
I was just going to throw up. Does you answering the phone cause any issues with your obfuscation?
Oh, I wouldn't think so exactly, but let me double check. It's just whenever I'm creating a loud noise myself
Yeah.
Right. Did you say
is the
anything
main
about
breaker.
that?
Right. Yeah, I think you just said hello when
You
you
can
answered
still
the
talk,
phone.
it just it can't be
Yeah.
loud. The
Hello.
vibe.
Right. Yeah. I think you're probably still all right then. But yeah, Numar, you guys have been handed the phone. Snowcone, your senses are coming back to you, of course. You're kind of used to these, but they always still get the better of you, as far as that goes. But yeah, the rest of you can either move up or whichever. I just kind of figured I'd get a shot. You at least have a rough idea where the sound of breaking glass came from. Like I said, it is immediately followed by 3 other sniper rounds. Let me go ahead and make some rolls here as far as that goes. Okay, so 3 other individuals firing shots. No criticals. One person gets a single success. One person gets a single success. Another person gets 3 successes. I think as you come in, you see 2 of the sniper rounds that land close by but don't actually hit their target. One of them does and seems to do about as much damage as what you had accomplished. So like, I wonder how fast your movement speed is. As you pulled the trigger and then followed the bullet, I feel like there's probably that freeze frame moment where you could actually follow along behind your own bullet. Oop. What did I do there?
There, yes.
Sorry about that. No, I just clicked off the screen. I guess somehow I accidentally clicked a different room to join. But yeah, what I was going to say is that you almost kind of freeze frame and follow along behind your bullet as you're teleporting up to that window. So you show up just enough time to see your own bullet land, and then a second one hit him in the shoulder on the other side from where you had struck him, as 2 others crash through the window but into the floor or wall adjacent. Seems like he's definitely taken some damage as it almost knocks him to his knees before he's able to get back up somewhat casually, dusts himself off, turns around to face you, hearing that you approached behind him, and says, "I don't think I would do that if I were you." All he says at the moment. But the rest of you, are you making your way that direction or staying where you're at? Just so I know where you're placed as this conversation's going forward.
I would need some clarity from what the Baron's saying. If Bart just handed it to me.
Yeah. First off, you just hear.
Hang on, this isn't a great time. Well, what's going on? As I hear the gunshots.
Yeah, let's say a few of the first things you would just hear is fucking. How did he pull this off? What? I told you to keep an eye on him. This Clannis son of a bitch is gonna fucking pay. You know what I mean? Things like that. You know.
You lost him? What?
Look, he took off. Look, I knew he was up to something. I fucking knew it. He doesn't. There's no reason he would work with us. I thought maybe he was trying to cover his own ass. Look, either way, he took off. We looked for your friend, and we're not able to find her. We're under the impression that he grabbed her and left out the back when no one was looking. He's older. He may have things that are at his disposal. Either way, he's got to be working in tandem with the individual, with Vincent.
Okay.
I got everyone I can on it.
Version here. Do you want us to come back?
I want you to do what needs to be done there. I just wanted to let you know your friend is missing. They may be in danger.
Do I hear this?
Yeah, I think so. I think it's quiet enough in this room that you guys would all hear it.
Okay.
She's being loud. She's pissed. You know what I mean? So.
You know if they brought terror here. If not, we can burn this place down.
Fair enough.
That would be to the Baron. I'd be
Do
asking her if they know if she brought terror here.
I don't know.
Any idea?
I'm assuming it was a move for leverage. I am with limited information on my side. I just wanted to let you know your friend is missing. Do what you think is best. Keep me up to date if you need anything. I'm trying to round up as many people as I can. We're shutting it down over here. It's going full lockdown. I don't know what's coming next. Either way, I've got these people to protect. I trust you. And you hear the phone kind of go dead at that point. You can even hear like people in the background too, you know, saying, "Sorry, folks, you know, gotta go." You know, like, I know we got an electrical issue. We have, you know, got to evacuate. As they're seemingly moving people out of the club as well. But
Last time was Sombra, so I just imagine the phone calls just like getting more and more staticky and just kind of hangs itself up.
it just hangs itself up. Yeah, exactly.
True.
That's a fair point. But
I
yeah,
don't think that one through. But I'm still rushing forward as
All
I
right.
guess still point man.
yeah. You guys don't see it as Bart rushes forward, but you probably
Going towards the front, I say.
you might
Yeah.
hear some sort of footstep shuffle or something before he takes off running in that direction that might elude you to, that's that idea. Marina, as he turns around and looks at you, the individual says, by all means, you can kill me, but your friend is as good as gone. If you do.
She just sort of cocks her head, reaches behind, pulls out a stake, and is like, well, you might want to start explaining.
Fair enough. Let's see. I guess my big question is, just so I
Snipers would not
understand
know.
the series of events that are taking place. Is anyone else going to try and move up there as well? You know what I mean?
I think Snow
Yes.
Cone. I think Snow Cone would definitely do that, but before he does, like getting his bearings, like getting out of the trance of like the vision and hearing everything the Baron said through the phone call is like they're taking out one of their syringes, not the ones with the for the gun, but like the EpiPen ones, and they're gonna take out the one for the cannabis, and they're immediately gonna inject it into themselves.
Okay. Give yourself a little bit of juice as far as that goes. Or at least hopefully give
If I
yourself
see
a
you
little bit of
struggling
juice.
with it, I would also help you with it too, because I'd be like giving you your phone anyway. So if I see you
Oh,
fiddling
listen.
with this EpiPen,
It's
I'd take
okay.
the cap
I'll
off
stab
for
you. Caca.
Thanks, you're a real friend.
Yeah, right. I think that's easy enough, but if you want to go ahead and give me a D10 roll, let's see how this plays out as far as our rules for tainted blood. And it was high or low, right? High gives you, anything above a 6 or a higher gives you the positive.
Yep.
6 or lower. Yeah, I think that's
5 or
fair.
lower.
Yeah.
Be negative, and you don't want a 1.
Ooh,
See, now why'd
3.
you have to go and say that?
Luck of the
Let's
drugs.
see. Cannabis. So your hunger does go up a little bit. Let's see.
But
Heightened
it kind of balances
senses.
with you taking in blood, so
And
good for
weight
now.
up. Yeah. So yeah, I think that's kind of the fun thing, is it actually is adding blood at the same time, right? I don't think we ever really went over that. That might be something we have to adjust as far as this rule. If it's adding one and removing one, anyway. But I see, the way I thought it worked when we originally wrote this out was that you got both effects. Like you'd get hungrier, but you still got the heightened senses bonus. You know what I mean?
That's what you'd get on 3, is you get both.
Yeah, that seems
Yeah.
fair to me,
you
right?
ca-
Yeah, because it's
if you
only in a
fail to roll-
1 that you got nothing but the negative,
Yeah.
right? Yeah. Yeah, I gotta look over our rules
At
again,
least
but
on my current rules, it's if you get a 1, you get like a negative to the positive effect and still taking the negative effect.
oh, gotcha,
I wasn't
gotcha,
yet making
gotcha.
anything too detrimental, but if we want to add some more risk to it, I'm down. Like
Fair
having
enough.
one just be negative.
Again, guys, for those of you out there in chat that's not aware of what we're talking about, as Snowcone is highly into pharmaceuticals and experimenting with blood and mortals and things, he's been making some intentionally tainted blood using narcotics, drugs, alcohol, etc., to see what kind of effects it can have, and they tend to have positive and negative effects, such as, like I said, marijuana making you more hungry, but also at the same time kind of helping your vision because you're seeing helping your psychic vision because you're kind of seeing through the unknown, man. But yeah, it's a fun little thing we're homebrewing, so bear with us as we work out the kinks. But yeah, I think you get both. So you get your heightened senses, but you also get a little bit hungrier at once. And I think through the idea that, like, if you were drinking this, that'd be one thing, but injecting it, I don't think it's actually going to cure the hunger. You know what I mean? So, like, you just end up getting like a +1 hungry, as far as that goes. But luckily, you just all ate. But as you kick in your heightened senses and start moving through the building, all of you heading that way, Snowcone, I definitely would say that something stands out to you. You are seeing hundreds of footprints that stand out as being newer in the dust. Like there's lots of footprints through here. A couple of them look like ratty, maybe old worn out tennis shoes. Some of them look like bare feet. And then others look like, the majority of them that you're seeing have a pointed toe on them and a very solid kind of standard, almost like a flat, worn sole to it, like that of a dress shoe or a cowboy boot. You know what I mean? And you're seeing the most of those. But like I said, a couple that look either barefoot, flip-flopped, or ratty sneakers. As far as that goes. But as you start to, like, as you kick in that heightened senses and see the dust settling, you start to notice areas where the dust has not settled as much or has been disturbed in multiple places all around this building. But it's just something that you would unknowingly catch as you're moving through. It looks like somebody has been moving all over this building, and some things have been moved or tampered with. But you'd have to investigate closer to identify what exactly has taken place. The other three of you, though, I'm gonna say that about the time that we're at now, you guys make it to the front. There's a set of metal stairs on either side of the room that head up to a catwalk, and you can see one room on the left-hand side that has a light on it, and an individual is backed up against a desk, holding on to it with his hands, and is talking to somebody. You can't see who they're talking to, but you can see they're having a conversation with someone. There is an obvious splatter of red across their white button-up shirt from the back, almost as if they had been shot. Marina, this individual looks at you and says, "By all means, I would understand if you wanted to kill me. Don't think it matters now. I've gotten what I wanted."
Well, do like the snipers continue? Like,
I think with a Marina being there, it might be a little difficult, but not
I think-
impossible. But I think it would be a moment before you heard another round. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
They're not just firing
as she's
round after
talking,
round. They're calculating
Yeah.
their shots.
and it looks like them to be talking, so it's sort of, she's holding there. She's
okay, that
waiting.
could be it. Yeah.
Yeah. It would cause them enough confusion to be like, wait, do we still shoot? You know what I mean? But yeah, given the opportunity.
Explain now.
But yeah, that seems like a tense moment to end it on. I approach his backup, have
That's a fair point.
negotiations potentially.
What
She-
exactly do you not understand?
You just said my friend. I don't know who you're talking about.
The red-headed witch. The mortal that you've decided to take on as your little pet.
You have. She sort of thinks for a moment, just sort of.
Your Baron has fucked you so bad. You can't even see it. You're a Toreador. Why do you run with such filth?
She sort of.
You were one of the
just stares.
Proud clans at one point. Did you know that?
I didn't choose any of this, and I don't give a damn about any of the clans or any of that bullshit. I've been out here for was it at this time? Like, was it a
3
fucking
days?
week?
Yeah, like
Yeah,
a
it's been like
fucking
a
week.
It's been like a fucking week. It's all that's I've been out here. I don't give two shits about any of this.
You could always
Used to,
still be saved.
and guess
Kill
what?
your
So
friends.
could
I'll reconsider my arrangement.
she just starts laughing.
That's about
And
the same time you also hear the next cow
Yep.
come out from the window as this man takes 2 more rounds to the chest. Both of them hit with this one. So two rounds fired, 2 rounds hit. Let me roll some dice. This guy's getting fucked up fast. As far as that goes. Let's see here. 1, 2, 3 successes on one, 2 successes on the other. So that's
Plus-
5 plus 4. That's 9 cut in
both.
half. You're looking at 5 more points of superficial damage. This guy's starting to look like Swiss cheese.
is he still
definitely
standing?
would hit.
Though?
No, this would take him off his feet. He is now
Okay.
on the ground, backed up against like a desk, an old metal desk that's probably got one broken leg, sitting kind of crooked as far as that goes. But as he kind of drops and spits out a little bit of blood,
And
as doing so, he just would continue to look at you with the same almost blank expression. Like when he got hit with the bullets, of course, he reacted because it's just
Yeah.
unable not to. But as soon as he looks down at the holes and looks back at you, there's just a look of like, it's either the strongest resolve that you've ever seen or the craziest person you've ever seen that just doesn't understand they've been hurt. He's definitely not all there.
Marina just sort of looks at him and is like, and sadly, you don't understand that the man you follow has severely fucked you over as well. As she would just, I'm just gonna blink straight to him and try to stake him to make sure, to have him stay down.
Yeah, absolutely. Go ahead and give me an attack roll. He is not going to defend himself. So this is going to be our first stake roll of the game. It's been a while since I've done staking rules, but if I'm not mistaken, you make a strength melee roll, just as you would like a normal attack. So it's strength and melee, or in your case, I'll let you have dex and melee since you're using your speed here. And you have to achieve at least 5 successes in order to drive this thing through his heart. Yeah, so like it's a matter of accuracy
I
and
can't even-
strength.
But it can be done over multiple rounds.
Yeah, I think you're right on that one. Yeah, it's been a while since I dealt with stakes.
Because I don't
know-
even have that many dice
Oh.
to roll for it.
Yeah, well, I was gonna say with your dex and melee, not that great
One
for you.
4. Yeah, it's a total of 4.
You also, I think, technically get a penalty.
Yeah, also a penalty on top of it.
I'm
Like
trying
it's
to
not
minus
find it
player,
here real
2,
quick.
pretty sure. It, like a few always
Let's see. So overcoming being staked,
staking is a fun
movement while
option.
staked, improvised stake. Has a damage value
Are
of
we able
plus
to do
0.
one now?
Oh, there it is. Okay, there it is. Called shots. So stakes. It's a -2 with stake weapon of 5 plus damage of either type before halving for superficial. Well, it's written kind of weird. I have shorthand notes like a DM's helper. So it says -2 with stake weapon. I'm not gonna do that to you because he's not defending himself. And then you just got to get 5 or plus damage or more damage. So go ahead and roll it. See if you get lucky on a critical type of deal. If you want to, you can rouse the blood to increase your dexterity on this in this case by 2 dice. That might help you
Sure. How do I
if
do
you
that?
want
Just a
to.
route check?
Yep. So I see the one rouse check. What was that for? That was the one earlier,
the
right?
Blank.
Okay.
That was from the
All right.
blank.
So on this one, you do get hungrier. You go up to hunger 3, but you can add 2 dice on top of that roll that you were already rolling. Again, he's not blocking. You just have to achieve 5 damage somehow. And if that's the case, you'll stake him.
Well, I'll do
There's
a
4, and you got a
willpower.
willpower for 1 die.
If
Because
I
the
get
other one's on
lucky with the
blood.
one die.
You get
Yeah,
real
sure.
lucky.
Willpower reroll.
Gotta go for
1
it.
to reroll.
Come on.
Come on, give me the 1. Give me the 1. It did not give me the 1.
Yeah, it's a failure.
Damn it.
Again, though, I do think, like Bart said, this can be over multiple rounds kind of deal. So if you just continue that process, the following round, you can drive it the rest of the way through the chest.
This was slowly.
But as you kind of move up and say, I don't think you realize that he fucked you, talking about the other Samuel Hirsch, he kind of just takes a moment, feels the stake in his chest. You immediately see him wince to the pain of it, but he says, what, did he not take your little pets like he was supposed to? Now we're all going to die now. I hope you've made peace with your god. And you hear a small click. Looking down at his hand, he is holding what appears to be something like a dead man's switch or detonator.
Oh.
Snowcone,
Oh.
what were you doing in the meantime as you were downstairs?
Well, I was downstairs. Now that I'm hopped up on cannabis and notice everything
Yeah.
that you mentioned, I'm gonna like being this is the first time you've ever had heightened sentences and doing this. It's like Snowcone is letting everybody know it's like something's not right here.
Yeah. Definitely acknowledging that and focusing in on the things that stand out to you. I think there's this moment in which you realize that one of the objects is kind of along the path in which you're already moving, and you move over to where something has been disturbed. You reach over and find the kind of an old heavy tarp that's just soaked in oil and laid over something, and as you pull it back, just to take a peek, you see multiple cans of what appear to be gasoline with hoses running simultaneously into each of them. And it looks like an improvised explosive or arson attempt that's about to take place in this building. And about the same time, that's when the click is heard upstairs, and that's where we'll stop our story for tonight. We didn't get 100% as far as I thought, but good place to end, as the building is about to go up in flames. But hopefully you guys enjoyed yourselves. I know I said like 12:15, 12:30, but it was just too good of a spot to end on. I don't want to get too much further beyond that. But yeah, you guys are about to have to deal with fire for the first time. As far as that goes, that should be interesting. Thank you guys all for hanging out and watching the stream, man. Cop, let me check out this video that Cop sent, because I think he sent a media share. Typically, I don't even know if I have that set up here. I really don't. So give me 1 second to see if I even took the time to do that. I can add it real quick. It's a simple adjustment. I typically don't do distractions during the game, but after the game, I'm fine with it. We'll figure out whatever this video is that he sent us to check out. We can all kind of have a react to this one if you want. But yeah, you guys definitely found him. You got to the individual. That's the important part, right? You know, you got to the guy. That was what you were after. As far as like, there's a lot of backstory and things that are still missing, but I think that part actually made it a little bit more fun to me. Because like, it just gives you something to learn along the way. You know what I mean? That there's definitely still something more to what's going on here, but like, what the hell is it? You know what I mean? Type of deal. Yeah, but this is exciting. We're finally bringing this to a bit of a culmination. Trying to figure out how to best do this. Second
What
here.
a cliffhanger.
Yeah, I think it was a perfect time for the cliffhanger, right? I did appreciate that. Thank you guys for setting me up there so well.
You're
All right.
welcome.
You're welcome. Maybe I
Yeah.
don't know. Let me see what I got here as far as this
We're in
media share
danger.
though. I got to log in and everything. But yeah, I thought that one was pretty good. Thank you. Appreciate that. Let's see. Come on, you asshole. Log in. Streamlabs is always such a pain in the ass with my login anymore. The recent events. Media shares. Okay. I have no idea what I'm even looking at here. But I trust Cop that he wouldn't use anything too offensive, so let's play this out. First off, let me make sure it works, you know what I mean? I typically don't have this one set up for media share, but all right. So Cop sent us a video. We're gonna watch it. Thank you, by the way, for supporting the channel. Appreciate that. I have no idea what the fuck I'm about to witness here. It says something like "fuck you. I hope your whole family has a nice Christmas."
I think I know this.
Yeah, I have no idea.
Fuck you! I hope your whole family has a nice Christmas!
Is that literally all it was? It was just something that just him saying, "Fuck you. I hope your family has a really great Christmas." Either way, yeah, I get it. This is exactly what that guy is saying to you as he's pressing the button on that detonator. He's just gonna, "Fuck you. I hope you have a nice Christmas." I have no idea what I just watched, man. But all right, either way, let's close this thing down. Thank you, Cop, again. Like I said, I don't mind throwing in an occasional media share there. I appreciate the support to the channel. It does go a long way. Let's see. Jive Man, you want to tell everybody who you are, what you do, and all that stuff? We'll start our outros here. Yeah, those of you guys in chat, let me know what you guys think's going to happen. I want to know what you guys think I'm setting up here.
Thank you, Kevin. So, hello everybody, I'm Jive, and when I'm not about to be turned into Colonel Sanders Extra Crispy Fried Chicken, I am doing graphic design in my spare time, and I am a professional graphic designer. I have a bachelor's degree in this profession, and I have a Fiverr page where you can look at my work and commission me for other types of projects. I also do collaborations on projects as well, so if you're interested in any of that, feel free to hit me up on Fiverr and we can go from there.
Nice. I will say I actually beat you to it this week. I just put your Fiverr link in the chat.
Nice.
So yeah, definitely guys, if you need any graphic stuff done or any of that, please hit up our local jiving man. You know what I mean? He's definitely got some really real skills in that area, by the way, too. Like, I mean, I like I said, I see a lot of people that throw out there like, "Hey, let me do your layouts, let me add art to your stream," things like that. And their work is pretty mid. I will say that I think he does really good work, so he's worth reaching out to if you need anything done. Hit our man up. I would appreciate it. Bart, final thoughts, last words, anything else?
A little scared. We're like, at least one of us is probably going to live through it.
At least.
We'll see. Thank you for DMing and stuff.
Yeah, I like how nobody wants to, you know, you're like, "Yeah, thank you for fucking DMing," or whatever, like fucking dick just set us all on fire.
It's
Like
been a
nobody
game so
wants
far,
to
and,
be my
like,
friend at this moment.
This has been hype. Like, I was expecting teacher dude to be up top, not this fucker, but like,
It was
Yeah,
Teacher Dude.
well, this is teacher dude. Yeah, this button-up shirt.
oh,
So like
okay.
I said,
Oh,
with
yep,
the, as
of
far
course.
as the artwork, it was a poor art choice, but it was just that kind of close I had with
remember you
those piercing
clarifying
blue
and I forgot.
eyes. Yeah, he's essentially just wearing a button-up shirt, little bow tie, kind of like I said, he's almost modernized the look a little bit to keep up with appearances. But otherwise, yeah, just kind of those deep piercing eyes, a little bit of a scruffy beard, you know what I mean? But this kind of haircut's usually actually kept more high than what it has in the picture I had. But yeah, either way, wild and interesting individual. I didn't expect that you guys were going to. I actually really did, but I thought there would be enough to lure you into the building. I actually was expecting like a whole investigation of the building. So I thought you guys were going to find explosives before ever talking to him. You know what I mean? There was a couple of like, there was definitely
been
some
smart.
differences in what I thought might have happened. You know what I mean? Yeah, I thought you guys would go in, investigate the building, snoop around, try to stealth your way up to wherever he may have been. But yeah, I forgot all about Marina's teleport ability too.
Yeah. I thought that was
yeah.
that was a badass use of it though. I like that use of it though. That
Very
was
good
cool.
use of it for sure. This is the fun of doing role-playing games, guys, is like you never know exactly what your players are going to throw you for a loop with. I could only plan so much. I knew right away that the other individual, Sam Herschel, was obviously there for one reason. It was to take somebody important to you. This way, he now has leverage in this situation. You know what I mean? But yeah, it's an interesting, fun way to go as far as all that. I'll be glad to see this finally come to a resolve next week, and we'll see how it pans out. But let's go ahead and continue with our outros. Numerous, if you want to tell everybody who you are, what you do, I already got your shout out in the chat.
All right. Well, thanks for DMing again, I guess.
I guess.
Yeah, I'm a little at a loss because I kind of wanted to burn that place down with everyone inside it, and
Well,
now he did it, so it kind of stole my thunder.
Stole your idea.
Yeah, that was a good game. I'm curious if next week I'm just gonna be a different character or be dead or what.
I think that's
Flesh out my backup character a little bit more.
Yeah, you might want to flesh out those
I'll get that fully set
backup
up.
characters. Fire is a fun thing, that's for sure. It's one of the few things that can actually kill Kindred.
Yeah.
Sorry, by all means, continue.
Other than that, though, the shout out there for me in the chat is how you find my Twitch streams. I'm just numerousness, and I'm going to do a stream tomorrow. First
Hey.
one after a few weeks of not doing it because of the travel stuff. So,
Woo.
that's where I'll be tomorrow, and then Friday I'll be here again for another game.
Yeah, it's awesome. Yeah, if you guys haven't already, click the name right there in chat, then click the little heart below it. Give these guys a follow. They help me out so much with these games. They're great players here, and they do their own content. So go check out the stuff that they're doing too, man. Make it a community effort. You know what I mean? I appreciate that, guys, so much. But yeah, if you haven't already, make sure to give them a follow. And that goes for you too, Jackal, if you want to go ahead and do yours.
Howdy there. I'm the Jackal. I stream over here. I'm about to start backing everything up on it. I have things planned out. I'm getting everything all sorted and situated, so I can start getting back straight in some streaming here soon. Some horror stuff and some other World of Darkness related things. Gonna be pretty fun.
Oh yeah, that's what to say. Lots of World of Darkness going around all of a sudden. You know what I mean? That's for sure. But yeah, let me go ahead and do this. You sent me a link about someone to raid after this. Let me get their name in there. So we are gonna raid out. Oh, they already closed?
I think they're closing at the moment.
All right, gotcha. Any of our other raiders out there? Anyone got any suggestions from chat? Someone that you like, etc.
Is there someone else that's? Let's see.
I was just typing in WOD to see if
person.
anybody else.
There's one more.
Just checking in TTRPGs. There's Long Lost Lore.
The one that you
They're
sent
a
me
little
was
bigger, but
Long Lost Lore. Okay, thank you.
Yeah, same.
I think
the one is also streaming World of Darkness 5M.
that was one from last week too. So
yeah, it was. That was last week's.
Is that the person we got last week?
Okay.
Yeah.
Which one?
Lord of
Long Lost Lore, so let's
yeah,
do
Long
5
Lost
on the
Lore.
week.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, it doesn't matter to me
Yeah.
either way.
Yeah, the Ethan Knight's the
The only
yeah,
person I
that's,
see is the JC Crazy.
I just sent one
Aid?
to
All
I
right.
just sent one.
All right. Cool. Where'd you post it? Is that
General. That should
General?
be the newest one in there. Yep.
Awesome, man. Appreciate it. Yeah, okay, gotcha. Yeah, I've been trying to split it up, you know what I mean? Mostly, sending out to other RPG streams, but I also know, like, after watching a 4-hour RPG stream, it's kind of nice to just zone out and watch something else, too. So these guys have been playing on the World of Darkness server for GTA, doing the 5M roleplay thing that I've been playing with here a little bit recently. So it's still World of Darkness, but you guys get to watch them RP in a slightly different way using the GTA 5M mechanics. So we're going to go ahead and raid out and head over to that channel while we're at it. So if you don't mind, stick around long enough to let them know that Tabletop sent you and that they send their love and appreciation and all that great stuff. But mostly, I just want to say thank you guys for sticking through and watching the stream with us. I really appreciate you guys all turning out. I know it may not seem like a lot, but just you guys turning out to watch the stream really does help a lot. The higher our numbers get, the better it looks that people come in and give it a shot. They may like the stream and stick around. And then we just keep steamrolling or snowballing in that effect. If you guys haven't already and you want to consider doing a donation or a subscription, those are always greatly appreciated. You can do it during the stream, after the stream. Any of the stuff that you want to do in our Ko-Fi shop is always available. It just goes in on the next game. So if you still find something from this game you wanted to add, or something in that last scene inspired something in you that you want to add to the story, add as a rumor or as a piece of evidence to connect the dots and help write the narrative for this game. It's a lot of fun, and I appreciate you guys' input. I want to run the game that you guys want to see. So it's a great way for you to control the narrative. But from here, all of us here, to all of you out there, thank you for watching. I hope you all have a wonderful night. And again, like I said, consider, if you haven't already, follow the channel or potentially even subscribe on your way out the door. And make sure to tell Cold Tofu over here that Tabletop Down sent you. I'll catch you guys on the next one. We'll be back Friday night for our Dungeons & Dragons game, 8 p.m. Friday. That's 8 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Tomorrow I'll be doing a little bit of GTA RP stuff myself, so if you want to come around, let me know. I'll be doing a mix of that and some FPS stuff. But we'll catch you on the next one. Y'all have a great night. Peace.
Sleep well, everyone.
I was about to say, he's got to say it.